horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Carol Markowitz.
What's on your mind?
When a tragedy happens, there are inevitably a rush of how to talk to your children articles about how to break down what happened into manageable, kid-appropriate language. Jews right now are facing a different issue, how not to talk to your kids about what happened on October 7th when it's all you want to talk about. How do we move on with life, yell at the kids to put on their shoes or do their homework, while also hugging them too often in our despair for the people whose lives cannot move on? We are consumed by it. Jews around the world who don't know each other are all posting the same thing. We haven't slept since that Saturday. We see each other and our eyes are wide saucers, dark circles, full of pain. We refresh the news and absorb new, horrifying details. We consider where we can no longer send our Jewish children to college, which countries we can no longer visit. We pass around the familiar stories of Jewish-owned businesses targeted, Jews shouted at, Jews chased, Jews beaten. We parse which friends are suddenly not. We think about which of our neighbors would happily load us on a train. How do we protect our children from our despair and rage, but also our fear? My own children are blessedly too young for most of it. They know something bad happened and they know Israel is at war. The eldest, at 13, knows there was an attack in southern Israel where many died, knows hostages were taken, but not much else. I don't want her to know about the rapes, the details I can't unknow about the way children who look just like her were killed. In a few years, she will be going to music festivals. I don't want her to live a life of fear, worried that someone is coming to kill her. I don't want her to know that monsters live on the earth with us and what they're capable of doing. Our sons are 10 and 7. The eldest boy is a history buff. He knows about historical atrocities. He's read about torture. But he's still a baby who calls for me when he's sick, reaches for me when he's hurt. I don't want him knowing that kids were stolen while screaming for their mama, that their parents could not save them. I don't want him to hear that parents were killed in front of their children and children in front of their parents. And that's before the truly gruesome particulars. I don't want him to also not be able to sleep at night thinking of beheaded, burned, baked babies. I want him to believe it when I say I will always protect them, that no one is getting by me. I want to believe it too. The youngest is too young for any of it. Israel is a faraway land he doesn't know. He knows he has family there, but still can't quite put together who is related to who. His grandmother's twin, her husband, her children and grandchildren. We go over the connections to him. He doesn't know Israel is a safe haven for Jews around the world who are just like him. I'll tell him someday about the hatred and the violence, but when I look at his sweet, innocent face, I think, not yet. Not telling them anything is no cure either. It's my life goal to not raise my children to feel so blindly privileged. It was the luckiest twist of fate that they were born Jews in America, and I will not let them forget that. I want to tell them the truth, that we're mostly alone in the world, that most people will not stand up for you. That will include their fellow Jews who had spoken up for others, posted all the right things, but when they see their own comrades are against them, they will quiet and shrink from view until they nearly disappear. But if you do life right, there will be people who do reach out to you in bad times like these and offer support. They will pray for you, offer you safety should you need it, say the words to defend you and feel your fear. I don't say all this. I tell them for the 5th time to get their cleats on and to put their plate in the sink. I try not to show the darkness I'm feeling. They'll know it all someday. It can wait. This is Carol Markowitz, columnist for the New York Post and FoxNews.com.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
Safe, our 24/7 lifeguard protection helps stop crime in real time. Because during a break-in, every second counts. And these days, every dollar counts. Right now, get 50% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. It's U.S. News and World Report's Best Home Security of 2023. Advanced Home Security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Mommy, I don't feel good.
Oh, well, let me check you for fever. I've got this Exergen thermometer. Just sweep it across your forehead and... Ooh, 100.5. Yeah, you're staying home today.
That sure was fast and easy, just like at the doctor's office.
Mm-hmm. Doctors recommend these Exergen thermometers.
Exergen thermometers, backed by over 100 clinical studies, are available at Walgreens and participating retailers. Learn more at Exergen.com.
Hey, I got to tell you something that speaks to the very core of our values as Americans. And I want to talk to you about a veteran-owned company on a mission to make a real difference in the lives of our military members. Now, I'm talking about Pure Talk, and I love what they're doing. Now, our veterans all gave everything to protect our great nation. Pure Talk understands the sacrifices they have made. Now, they set an ambitious goal. They want to eliminate $10 million in military debt by Veterans Day. But they can't do it alone. They need your help. So, with every person that makes the switch to Pure Talk and their lightning-fast 5G network, they're going to donate a portion of every new order to this noble cause. And you can make a real difference just by choosing superior cell phone service at a better price. Pure Talk's plans start at just $20 a month, offering unlimited talk and text, more data, and mobile hotspot. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword SAVE NOW. That's pound 250, keyword SAVE NOW. Make the switch to Pure Talk and help our vets today.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
You get up every morning and make it all work. You make the hospitals and the labs work. You keep the shelves stocked, the cash registers ringing, the production lines producing. At Vestas, we have the uniforms and workplace supplies you need to do what you do every day. When you think uniforms, floor mats, first aid kits, restroom supplies, think Vestas. Vestas, uniforms and workplace supplies for the people who make it all work. Learn more at Vestas.com.
Want a hot investment tip? Get a new roof. When installed correctly, with the correct shingles and venting, you can save loads of cash on your heating and cooling bills. Plus, it adds to your home value. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick to get it done right, with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. PJ Fitzpatrick has thousands of 5-star reviews and over 40 years of experience. They can install most roofs in one day. Visit trustpj.com today to set up a free design consultation and take advantage of generous fall promotions.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, November 8th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210, the phone number. Twitter and Instagram, the radio station at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, the associate producers on a loaded Wednesday show in which Tony Bruno will join us for his weekly appearance live from Florida. Coming up at 8:25 this morning. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Gregory?
Hey, buddy.
How you doing, pal?
I'm good, man. You?
Been better. Been better.
Yeah.
Yeah, been better.
Yeah, okay.
Rough night. There was a carcass on 76 as I was coming in. I took a second look to see if maybe it was the GOP.
Yeah, let's send out all the state highway workers and just get the shovels, scoop it up, and just dump it off into the Schuylkill.
What we need to learn, as a human race, as people, as voters, take all these polls and throw them out the window.
Yeah,
they mean absolutely nothing.
I don't even want to take them with a grain of salt anymore.
No.
I just don't even want to put them in the salt shaker so much.
Yeah.
Just discard them. I don't care. Moving forward, I don't care if Trump's polling at 82%, ripping it up. It means squat to me. It means show content and nothing more. Because in real time, in real life, the way it plays out, that ultimately is what matters. Whether you like it or not, whether you question it or you believe it, it is what it is. But we got a lot to get to this morning.
A lot.
I mean, this is going to be a loaded show.
Yeah.
We have.
If there's any show you want to tune in for, it's going to be this one.
I agree. And we were coming off of an amazing show from yesterday, so we'll see if we can live up to what we accomplished yesterday. We have a big take on censorship and the industrial complex behind it. Media omissions when it comes to Jewish hate crimes. Tonight is the third RNC debate. If you care to watch 5 people battling for, I don't know what they're battling for anymore. Second place, bragging rights, a spot in Trump's cabinet. I don't know. But I'll probably watch it anyway because I'm a loser. And then also, RFK Jr. is doing something that I don't think anybody saw coming on this show or around the country in certain little pockets, so to speak. We will get to that this morning. The Simpsons, the latest to go woke. And we're not talking about like O.J. Simpson and those Simpsons. We're talking about the cartoon.
Not the Simpsons.
Yeah, that's right. Bart, Homer, Dope, Rogan, Zucker, the Washington
Homer.
Post. Yes. We got a lot to get to today. I'm not even going to waste any time. Let's get right to it because there's a lot to digest, a lot in the news. 6:05, we go to the great Dawn Stensland for round number 1 of the news.
Yeah, and a brutal night for Republicans, and really not just in our area, but essentially across the country, with abortion on the ballot. That's one of the headlines this morning, and so I'll take you through it. Good morning. This hump day, Wednesday morning, cooler today, with a high of only 51 degrees for the entire day. Tomorrow I'll tell you about a change in the weather. In Philadelphia, 2 people shot in a section of Philadelphia. This is unusual because normally Manayunk is a peaceful section of Philadelphia. We don't have many shootings there or incidents like this, but police say that they were, the 2 individuals were near an apartment building, 200 block of Crams Avenue. Early this morning, 24-year-old woman found shot in her hip. She's in critical condition at Temple University Hospital, unable to speak with police, obviously. And police believe a man who was shot at that same location turned up critically wounded in Lansdowne. He was found in a car. So who fired the shots? Why? What's the motive? What really happened here? We don't know. Was this domestic in nature, etc.? So many questions swirling around this. Police investigation is active. All right, let's get to the big news in Philadelphia, making national news for Sherelle Parker, 100th mayor-elect of Philadelphia, a Democrat who's held office at the state and local level after becoming involved in politics as a teenager, elected last night as Philadelphia's, 100th mayor, making history in our great old city as the first woman to hold the post. Not that she made one glass ceiling comment, but that was about it. You haven't heard much from her.
Okay.
That's not really, she was our council person in the Northwest in Philadelphia for many years. So I think the way that she was raised, that's what she talks about, upbringing, and obviously emerged from a large crowded field of Democrats back in the May primary, heavily favored over Republican David O in the city, 7-1. voter registration. Obviously, this is a stronghold for Democrats. She'll replace Jim Kenney, who's outgoing, who was ineligible for reelection due to term limits, among other issues.
Ineligible, incompetent. Yeah, you can go on down the list. But I like the fact that you kind of highlighted that, kind of raised a certain way, been involved in the political game for a while, not so much talking about, the record setting or the historical moment, because ultimately it's, it's about merit. And obviously now that she's elected, it's about coming through with being tough on crime. And I can't imagine that she'll be worse than Mr. Kenney. Not that that's saying much, but I can't imagine that she'll be worse.
Well, she has vowed, and she was, she got emotional last night to the songs of, ladies first, speaking out, addressing supporters at her election night watch party. David O conceded about 11 p.m., and he did have a respectable showing. I think it was one of the best Republican showings since Sam Katz lost in that heartbreak. Back when Sam Katz lost the mayoral election, I love Sam. The saying was, "Hey, last one out in Philadelphia, flip off the lights."
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I didn't leave the city, but many did then.
Mm-hmm.
But he had, a respectable showing for a Republican, which obviously has not won a mayoral race in Philadelphia for more than 70 years.
Wow.
And the voter turnout was low. It was higher where I was in the Northwest this morning. I know we'll go through it, but overall we're in the 20s as far as voter turnout.
I saw Mark Fusetti was tweeting a lot about it yesterday with the location that he was at, about how low the turnout was in general.
Yeah, and he was in the 10th district.
Okay.
And so actually he was helping support longtime council member Republican Brian O'Neill, who won re-election to represent the Northeast in Philadelphia. So that 10th district is that's the sole Republican who won in the entire city of Philadelphia, where Mark Fusetti was.
Very good.
Last night.
Yes.
The others, not so much. Working Families Party is poised to take these 2 city council seats in a historic win for Philly progressives, far left. Council member Kendra Brooks won re-election. Her running mate, Nicholas O'Rourke, poised to take another seat that Republicans held for more than 70 years. So this is a big switch. Republicans getting wiped out. And obviously there are only 115,000 Republicans registered in the entire city of Philadelphia. The low voter turnout didn't help here as well. And I'll just get to, I know we'll get through it today, but I will say that Democrat Dan McCaffrey, Judge McCaffrey, long time, we know him here in Philadelphia, won that open seat on Pennsylvania's Supreme Court last night in preserving the strong majority of Democrats on a panel. He ran on a pro-choice, pro-abortion type platform.
Right.
And he beat out Montgomery County Judge Carolyn Carluccio, who had said that she was not a partisan judge. She would go with the law, but she was endorsed by pro-life groups. And so that was what they used against her to say she will wipe out abortion in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
The one issue that the GOP will constantly lose on.
Yeah. Yep. No doubt about it.
Agreed.
It is the Dobbs decision changed a voting block for a generation. And once the GOP wraps their arms and wraps their head around that, then maybe they'll start winning again. Until then, they won't.
No disagreement here.
We'll have to ask the GOP, the Republicans, what is your plan B?
Yeah, that's correct. That is absolutely correct.
You didn't get it. I know we'll get to Bucks County, the rest of Montgomery County, Chester County.
What happened to all the moms in minivans?
Moms in minivans.
Central Bucks School District.
Brutal losses.
It went all blue.
They broke down. Ran out of gas. The minivan didn't make it.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. It's not good.
I know, it's depressing.
Not good. Not good nationally either. And Kentucky. Did you see what happened in Kentucky?
Oh, yeah. We saw.
Yeah. I mean, I looked at it from a football standpoint, and here's why. Because having lived down there, that conference for football, it's Kentucky, it's Tennessee, it's South Carolina, it's Georgia, it's Alabama, Florida, Louisiana, Arkansas. You go on through Mississippi. All of those states either very red or vote red, and Kentucky goes blue. The only one. You were talking earlier about that one precinct, that one district, the 10th, the only one in Philadelphia to go Republican. Down that way, the only state to go blue.
Well, in Virginia, that
That's true.
didn't go too well. Speaking of the abortion issue,
Yeah, can we?
did not go too well for Glenn Youngkin.
Yeah, can we kind of put the flag in Glenn Youngkin and say any presidential aspirations he had are over now? Since
Could very well be.
He just
could be. So we had Virginia, Kentucky, and Ohio. Democrats won all three last night, I believe.
Yeah, Democrats won everything, guys.
Yeah.
Except Mississippi, I think.
Except Mississippi.
Well, yeah, you're not going to win Mississippi with blue, but
well, that Presley guy had a decent showing.
yeah, he was close.
Because he was
he?
Elvis's second cousin or whatever.
Elvis's second cousin. That's like a royalty in Mississippi.
So-
That's true.
Donald Trump's lawyers have said they'll be pushing for they'll be pushing for a mistrial in the case of his $250 million civil fraud case. So that is swirling, as well as Ivanka Trump scheduled in New York today to testify. And I'll just headline this. There's so much going on. We're following the Johnny Dock trial. We're following, obviously, what happened yesterday with Hunter Biden's prosecutor. Delaware's David Weiss was called to testify, and there were some interesting revelations out of that one. Former Meta engineer also testified before Congress about Instagram's harms to teens, and there's more to that as well that I think is very important news that we have to pay attention to. So we'll talk about all of it this morning, as well as the NBC 10 first alert forecast this morning. Another bright day. Well, yesterday was cloudy, actually. Cloudy and warmer, high of 70. Never really felt like 70. Today, the high only 51 degrees for your Wednesday. But then we pop back up to 70 degrees as we look for sunny days today, tomorrow, and through the weekend. Kayal & Company News Live this morning.
All right, thank you very much, Dawn. 6:14. Let's get to a midweek big take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
All right, the big take this morning, the censorship industrial complex gets exposed. You know, you can love the United States of America and have tremendous pride in your country while simultaneously hating the way your government operates and does business. Those two things can be true at the same time. And while I love America, and I always say on this show, if you have it so bad here, then go elsewhere, nothing bothers me more than cancel culture and your right to free speech being infringed upon. And that is exactly what has happened in the last 3.5 years in America. And without the GOP taking back the House a year ago, we might never know the depths to which our government has gone to silence dissenting views until this year and until this week. House Republican Jim Jordan of Ohio dropped a major breaking news story over the last 24 hours exposing the censorship industrial complex in this country. The United States government and its agencies essentially partnered with Stanford University, the Harvard of the West, in conjunction with the Department of Homeland Security, the State Department, and Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. All three of those, plus Stanford, in an effort to shut you down. And with election season in full swing, ranging from yesterday all the way up to next November's presidential election, you can bet that this is not going to go away anytime soon. But what did this censorship campaign look like? Well, it included censoring true information, jokes, and even opinions. I want you to think about that for a second. Facts, humor, and your views, all deemed not needed by the people who are paid from your tax dollars. As Jim Jordan shared this Twitter thread on Monday, Elon Musk, the owner of Twitter, now X, said the following, quote, "This is a big deal." You're darn right it's a big deal. Essentially what happened here is that the DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, assisted by Stanford University, created a disinformation group that collaborated together in an effort to censor the speech of Americans prior to the 2020 election. Our good old friend disinformation. Translation, facts that we don't accept and acknowledge that need to be banned from sharing in the marketplace of ideas. That's what it is. Now, newly minted Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, issued this tweet, quote, "The pseudoscience of disinformation is now, and has always been, nothing more than a political ruse, mostly frequently targeted at communities and individuals holding views contrary to the prevailing narratives," end quote. Mike Johnson and Jim Jordan are not alone. Senator Rand Paul saying this, quote, "Through my Free Speech Protection Act, co-authored by Jim Jordan, the government will be stripped of its ability to shroud its actions in secrecy and infringe upon the First Amendment rights of the American people." Short of roasting Fauci, nothing steams up Rand Paul more than free speech. And speaking of free speech and Twitter, we all remember Matt Taibbi. He's famous for his Twitter files after Elon Musk bought the company. The independent journalist was a guest on Fox News and had this exchange about free speech being shut down by big tech. Listen and watch this.
So we had this massive attack, as you have reported and covered, on free speech, and America just kind of shrugged its shoulders. What do you make of this, Matt?
You know, Trace, I'm actually not sure that that's 100% the case. I think people actually do care quite a lot about this issue. The only segment of American society that really doesn't care about it is the mainstream press, the people who should care about it the most, because it most directly affects their livelihoods and their professions. But there has been a virtual blackout on this issue. When we started covering the Twitter file stories, no matter what we covered, whether it was about censorship of the left or the right, they ignored it. And this historic case that's now going toward the Supreme Court, Missouri v. Biden, in addition to some others, they should be getting a huge amount of coverage, and they're not, which is a bit of a mystery, frankly.
It's a great point by a great journalist. The media and journalists alike should value this the most, yet they are complicit in the restriction of society and sharing their views as speech. Here's part two of Taibbi on Fox News talking about the latest from a Real Clear Politics poll on freedom in America. Listen and watch.
Democratic-leaning voters, 70% say yes. And then you have this Real Clear Politics poll that says that literally 1/3 of Democratic voters, 34%, say Americans have too much freedom. This compared to 14.6% of Republicans. Do those numbers surprise you at all?
No, I mean, I think there's been a concerted, long propaganda effort that really began after 9/11, but it accelerated in earnest, especially after 2016, telling Americans that all sorts of problems that have gone on around the world, from 9/11 to the election of Donald Trump to Brexit, are the result of disinformation or foreign interference. And as a result, people are afraid, and they're embracing concepts that are totally alien to core American values. We do not have a tradition in this country of outlawing false information or lies or any of those things, or outlawing hate speech. We've always left that to the courts to work out through civil litigation. And it's amazing. We're raising a generation that believes in totally different values.
It's pretty wild times that we are living in. Donald Trump always says, if they can do it to me, they can do it to you. And Jim Jordan has the proof of that statement from Trump. In the report from Jim Jordan, the following people were targeted: Donald Trump, Newt Gingrich, Mike Huckabee, Sean Hannity, Charlie Kirk, Candace Owens, Jack Posobiec, Tom Fitton. They even targeted the political satire site of the Babylon Bee, which is nothing more than humor and jokes about politics. But it didn't stop there. They went after the media, including Newsmax, The Rubin Report, and other independent journalists. And Matt Taibbi is one of those independent journalists that was targeted because he all of a sudden gets audited by the IRS a day before he's set to testify in court. I'm sure that's just coincidental and purely random. But just like yesterday when I said on the Big Take in regards to the Nashville Shooter Manifesto, it doesn't fit the narrative. That's why they didn't release the Shooter's Manifesto. That's also the thing that's going on here with free speech, and it's applicable here in America. If it doesn't fit the narrative, the speech itself is deemed null and void by the government. Not only by the government, but academia and big tech as well. And when they all collude together, that is a mighty scary thought. And that's the Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
All right, Big Take this morning. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210, the phone number. On Twitter and Instagram, the radio station at 1210 WPHT. Or, of course, you could be a part of the show on the YouTube channel. Just go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons and be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community. We'll get some thoughts and reaction to that on the other side. Also, a very interesting story in a latest poll that shows just the big discrepancy that we see in this country on college campuses when it comes to liberals versus conservatives and what level of speech should be permitted or banned. We'll get to that as we continue. 6 o'clock hour underway, live on a Wednesday morning. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As the weather gets colder, the NFL offers Stay Hot on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. I'm taking San Francisco over Jacksonville on Sunday, 1 o'clock game. San Francisco minus 164. You'll get $150 for a $5 money line bet if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. I love the FanDuel app. It's so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and so much more. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg right now and sign up. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT and is the official partner of the NFL. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager, only $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is the IRS after you? Do you owe them more than you'll ever be able to pay? Are they levying your bank account, garnishing your paycheck? Are you staying up all night worrying they'll take everything you have? Are they bullying you into doing something you know is wrong? If so, you need somebody on your side that's not afraid to go toe-to-toe with them. Somebody that's not afraid to fight them. Somebody experienced in beating them at their own game and helping you. That person is Charles Montesino. He's a certified public accountant and certified tax resolution specialist. He's one of fewer than 200 in the entire country with both designations. He's known as the tax problem solver because he solves tax problems. The IRS is the biggest collection agency in the world. They don't always play fair. You need to even the playing field. Stop being bullied and get help from a professional that knows how to beat them. Call 609-970-4634. That's 609-970-4634. He's the taxpayer's advocate. He works for you. That's 609-970-4634.
Life can get hectic. Wouldn't you love to retreat from the noise? Take a breath. Visit Malvern Retreat House, the nation's largest Catholic retreat house located in Chester County. Surround yourself in God's beauty while you step back, reflect, and recharge. Malvern Retreat House hosts men's and women's retreats, plus couples retreats, spiritual direction, recovery retreats, and more. For retreat information, go to malvernretreat.com. Retreat from the noise. Hear God's voice.
If you have Medicare plan questions and are turning 65 and getting inundated by mail and phone calls, learn the A, B, C, and D's of Medicare. Let the Senior Store answer all of your questions. Get your free evaluation today by visiting the Enrollment Center. Call a local Senior Store licensed agent at 877-YOU-LEARN-65 or by setting up an in-home visit. That's 877-YOU-LEARN-65 or visit theSeniorStore.com. Enrollment starts October 15th. Not affiliated with the U.S. government or federal Medicare program.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Don't miss a special edition of Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaris and Mark Cumberland this Saturday night at 7. Find out everything you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com and listen to Good News in Real Estate this Saturday night at 7.
Odyssey's I'm Listening is our commitment to more mental health conversations. The most decorated Olympian, Michael Phelps, talks about not carrying the internal burden of mental health issues.
It's not healthy to carry something like that through life, and that really, I guess, for me, forced me to become vulnerable.
Talk saves lives. For more mental health conversations, visit
Too many people are experiencing suicidal crisis or mental health related distress without support. But there is hope. The 988 Lifeline helps people who are struggling to overcome mental health related issues. It's okay to not be okay. The Philadelphia Department of Behavioral Health and Intellectual Disability Services is here for you. If you or someone you know is experiencing a mental health crisis, call 988 for support. Trained crisis counselors are standing by. That's 988.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Time keeps on slipping into the future.
Kayal Company, 628. Welcome back in. Good to have you in here on a Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. You know, always interesting when you get ready for an election. You go out, you vote. My sister, my brother-in-law yesterday, they were voting up in the Lehigh Valley for some local stuff in Lehigh County. And my sister calls me and FaceTimes me, and she's like, oh, you should see Michael's face. He just got out of the car, and he had such a bounce to his step, and he was so optimistic, and he was enjoying every bit of the moment of going in. And my sister's out in the car with her newborn waiting as he goes in and votes and comes out, and then they do the old switcheroo. And then all of a sudden, you start to see the results come in last night. And once again, and I know there was a lot of people, and we took calls on this yesterday that you said that there were some issues with getting in line and voting with machines, and we can get into all of that as well. But you look at it last night, no matter which way you slice it, whether you want to look at Pennsylvania, obviously here, with the mayor's race, I mean, that was over before it started. We knew that.
Yeah.
Central Bucks, that's a little tougher to swallow, I think. Based on what you were anticipating, based on kind of the vibe you were getting, and then you actually see the results. I know Matt Rooney was tweeting a lot last night about things going on in New Jersey. Trucker Ed comes up short, our buddy Ed Durr. And then nationally, Virginia with Glenn Youngkin, Kentucky, a deep red state. Chris Christie was spouting off about that last night on social media. And, of course, Ohio as well. And Ohio is typically far more red than, let's say, the state of Pennsylvania. So I think really, and I feel like this is deja vu all over again. And I'm not trying to imitate or mimic Stocker here when I say this, but I do believe that this is true. If Republicans or conservatives or whatever you want to call yourself on the right, if we keep doing the same thing stubbornly and we don't adapt, these will be the same results that you continue to get. And then you'll be sitting here 11:30 at night on social media. What went wrong? I can't believe it. And then the next day, you're miserable. And then you're calling collusion and something was rigged. And we said it. You got to have the right candidates. You got to have the right message. And obviously, Roe v. Wade, the Dobbs decision, is going to haunt that party until they come up with an alternative. And again, the polls, we've been talking about this New York Times Siena poll this week for multiple days, how great Trump looks against Biden in all of these swing states. And I said this on Monday when we were talking in the 6 o'clock hour. I said something to the effect of, I saw Republicans on Twitter on Sunday taking a victory lap. I'm telling you, if you buy into that, you are going to have your heart broke next November. And if you don't, and this is not, I'm not ripping our audience or our voters, or I'm ripping the party. I'm ripping Ronna McDaniel. She needs to go. She should have been gone a while ago. But the reality is, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and again and expecting different results. So I don't know what else to tell people other than, and I'm tired of all the collusion and the conspiracies on social media. Yes, I do believe some of that is absolutely verified and true. Some of these machines act up, but let's stop making it sound like we were going to go 10 for 10 and win every election. And every election that we lose, there's shenanigans going on. No, this party has so many issues, and they don't get out of their own way. And ultimately, I think there are some of these elected officials on the Republican Party, on the GOP, on the right side, that honestly, they really don't care because they're playing theater, they're well compensated, they'll rile you up, and at the end of the day, if they lose, it's fine because their life is great. That's the way I feel about this. And rant over.
If I'm the Democrats right now, I am seeing the message that the voters, as few of them as there were yesterday, I am looking at what the voters said to everybody yesterday, and I'm hanging my hat on abortion because that clearly galvanizes that base. And here's the problem, guys, is that if this base really is fired up, and they clearly are because they're like 8-0 after the Dobbs decision, Donald Trump is the poster child for the Dobbs decision.
Okay. So you're saying that this is
I'm just saying that Donald Trump is the poster child for the Dobbs decision.
Well, but it's why, remember when he was asked about it, who interviewed him? And the comment, a lot of people gave a look like a dog whistle, like, what did he just say?
Right.
When Trump talked about this issue and said he believed that before there was no pathway to even have any conversation about anything else. And so he said what it did when you moved it back to states' rights, it's a states' rights issue, was that you made it so that they could have it at the state level, but they could also have some level of negotiating the deal.
Mhm.
That was what he said. And he has, in any subsequent interview when he has talked about abortion, look at the way he has answered it very differently from DeSantis or Youngkin or anybody else. He has talked about what is the best pathway forward to give other options and as well to give other clinics a chance, because Planned Parenthood gets all the federal funding and wipes out other clinics.
Yep.
That, to Greg's point here, that was what that's what he has said. But to Greg's point, that the Democrats are going to say exactly what Greg just said. They're going to say Trump, Dobbs, boom, there it is. And then how do you overcome that talking point?
Yep, that's correct. And I'm glad you mentioned talking points because, what I'm tired of hearing from Republicans in office or running for office is the same stale talking points. Even though they're absolutely valid and they're 100% correct, it's not resonating. If you're a Republican and you sit there and say, we're going to fix the economy, we're going to be tougher on crime, we're going to be tougher at the border, we're going to fix inflation, and you go through the same rhetoric, it's not resonating with people that you are trying to either grab that are on the fence or to get people from like the moderate Democrat side of things that are like, man, this economy really does stink, the Biden stuff. I'm definitely not a progressive. I'm not ultra left. Okay, you have my interest peaked a little bit here. Like, it's easy to sit there and spew the talking points. Vivek Ramaswamy does a great job with that. There are a lot of people out there that actually are good with their delivery, but for some reason it doesn't penetrate with people outside of the base that you already have.
Exactly.
And Trump,
Well said.
would be smart if he were going to say this, because the Supreme Court would overturn it anyway, it would be smart for Trump to simply say, I will not sign a federal abortion ban, criminalizing abortion. Now, if he signed it anyway, if anybody signed something like that, we know the Supreme Court's going to boot it out anyway because they've already ruled on this issue that it's a states' rights issue. But that's something that Trump could say, I won't sign a federal abortion ban.
Yeah.
Boom.
The issue really is that Trump is the poster child for Dobbs because he put those 3 justices on the court. DeSantis's abortion thing is completely out in left field. Nobody's voting for that. Nikki Haley has an interesting take on it, but again, we talked about this yesterday, Dawn. The viability in the 15 weeks. 15 weeks was on the ballot in Ohio and it lost. So that was the list. That was the litmus test.
Yep.
So there is nothing. And Ohio again is a red state. We're not talking about New York or California. It's Ohio. It's a red state, and they voted overwhelming for it. So they need to really either, I don't know if you can, because the problem is that it's been such a huge part of the GOP platform for so long.
Well,
that
because it's
you
what,
can't walk
because
away
it's
from
what
it.
we believe. I mean,
I'm not saying it's not, but I'm just
saying
it's a losing issue. So you need to find a way to convey that message to people. You have a year to do it, and I just don't know how that's possible because
look. I have long said, if you believe that you can go to war, and you can kill other people's sons and daughters in the name of war and the fog of war, then you can equate that. If we think about pro-life, that's the way that Republicans should talk about this. That women are at war, women who are incest victims, women who don't have alternatives, women who don't have the money for birth control or whatever's going on in their relationship. And that's how they have to, that's the verbiage I think they have to use, that women are at war right now. On so many levels. It's the only way that they can create a pathway for that, because if you say to women in this country, to Greg's point, no, you cannot have this option, they're going to vote this way.
There's no message, and it doesn't even matter what I think personally. It matters what the voters think. I'm talking about what the voters think, and you're not this. There's no, in my opinion, there is nothing but the status quo that happened under Roe versus Wade in 1973 that anybody on, the majority of people who vote wants. So until we get back to the status quo, which ain't going to happen, then this is going to be a losing issue. So I don't know how you combat that. And it's a serious problem for the GOP. It's a serious problem.
It is, because think about the tiny percentage of the United States population that actually is affected by the abortion issue. It's a teeny weeny percentage, and yet it's driving all these elections, right? And so the economy, the border, the crime, the state of education, every issue that matters to every American is on the table, and yet this tiny percentage issue is the one that is pushing forth the wins for Democrats.
Lucy 39 on Twitter says, no matter how the Democrats slice it, abortion is the ending of a life. There's no two ways about it. It is the ending of a life, and the Republicans need to find a way to get that kind of message out.
They've been getting that message out for my lifetime, and it hasn't resonated.
That's what Lou says.
It just hasn't resonated. So I'm sorry. It has nothing to do with what's true or not.
Well, let's also look at it from this perspective too. That's obviously a losing endeavor right now for Republicans. And that's something clearly the Democrats have jumped onto. And if they want to bang that emotional drum, they're going to bang it to victory. But the other thing that Republicans have thrown their hat into the ring with is school choice and parental rights, and that has been a big issue, not just here locally in the suburbs, but around the country. And I haven't seen all of the exact results in Bucks County, but I don't know, Dawn, did you speak with anybody or text anybody or have any conversations last night as to what the heck happened there on that front?
Yeah, it was a long night for everybody there, but we've been texting back and forth and talking, last night as well. And a lot of disappointment, but I think in truth, the message was by the Democrats that these Republicans wanted to ban books, that they want to ban and essentially disrespect the LGBTQ plus community, and they're mean. I mean, that's really, we saw also there were those signs that they were ordered to take down. There were some shenanigans as not anything with regard to election integrity.
Yeah.
That, on election day, but there were some shenanigans with signage and claims that were misleading and lies and all that kind of stuff. And they went to the level of creating some huge signs that were very misleading. And I talked to, we've covered all that stuff. But beyond that, I would simply say that if you look at, for example, if you look at Carolyn Carluccio, who's, Judge Carluccio, who, by the way, none of the media, she's a judge in Montgomery County.
Yeah, oh yeah.
She's actually the head of all the judges.
I'm well aware.
Right? Well, I know you know.
Yep.
We know.
Yep.
But did you ever notice the mainstream media, all the TV stations, even others, in this vicinity, don't ever call her Judge Carluccio? Did you ever know? No, they call her a Montgomery County lady or something,
Yep.
And so she had been very forthright in saying, I will not, overturn any law. I will go with the law, meaning this was not abortion for her. And I don't even know that she would have overturned anything. I don't think she would have.
All right.
But they ran it in a way that they said she's a pro-life, anti-abortion judge. This was a $20 million race, $20 million and counting.
Yep.
We've never seen this level of spending on a freaking local. Yes, it's the state Supreme Court, but oh my goodness, $20 million. The Democrats were pouring money into this. So the GOP on many levels, to Greg's point, the messaging is off, the money is off, and as well, the gloves were not off for Republicans. All the Republicans were above board. They were too nice. And if you want to hear me say, this kind of thing is why Donald Trump, it created Trump, because he doesn't take it.
Right.
He doesn't take any piece of crud from anybody.
Yeah, he doesn't give a damn.
And when they do this stuff, he calls them on it. Nice doesn't win.
That's correct.
Mike Carr asks, besides Ohio, how do we know that the abortion issue is why Thames won last night? I mean, dude, you can keep putting your head in the stand every time it's on the ballot, whether it's a deep red state or a blue state.
It's been 8 for 8.
Abortion, like, it wins.
Batting 1,000.
It just wins. Yep. What do you think the people in Virginia were voting for yesterday? They were voting for it because Youngkin basically said, "I'm going to put this through."
Well, wait though. To his point, Greg, listen to the way the media is reporting it. Listen to our sister station, lead, abortion on the ballot.
Yep.
Bum, and the music. All the local stations, abortion on the ballot in Virginia. Look at the local news. All the local news, abortion. I mean, you hear it, boom, boom, abortion on the ballot.
Well,
so whether it is or really isn't, because Judge Carluccio in Montgomery County would tell us, no, it never was. I never was going to have a chance to even touch that, nor would I overturn a something that's in the Constitution.
And you talk about the media right there. And that's the thing I think Republicans have to realize. You're already starting way behind the 8 ball. Your margin for error is so slim.
Yes.
You're outnumbered in registered voters. You're outnumbered in media coverage, probably 8-1. For the Fox News, the Talk Radio 1210 WPHTs, and the Newsmaxes, there's 42,000 mainstream media outlets. So you're already trailing in so many things before we even tip the game off or kick the football game off, so to speak. So your margin for screwing up is very small. That's why it's so important, like Dawn says, about, getting your messaging, finding the right candidate, getting it together, and then being like Trump with the not too many people try to play nice. Like, Democrats don't play nice. So, Republicans so many times are just kind of, and then I see these voting turnouts and I'm getting texts. I was talking to Athen Kutzer-Rumbus last night, and, some of these polling places are ghost towns by 5:15. Like, this is deja vu all over again. This is Groundhog's Day. This is a repeat of last November.
So what can we do about it rather than talk about it the day after? So my call to action, we here at WPHT, we used to do rallies, and Greg Stocker was a big part of those. We here need to get out in the communities. I feel horrible that I wasn't out in Bucks County. We should have had rallies. We should have had town halls with and invite all the candidates, invite everybody, Dems, Independents, Republicans, have the rallies and let people, because once you shake somebody's hand, once you see them at the rally, once you hear from them and their kids and their husband, then that's hard to erase through media misinformation, bias, media malpractice, phony ads, etc. That's what we here at WPHT, what we need to do moving forward. through 2024 and from now on.
855-839-1210. If you have a thought, a reaction, you want to chime in, 855-839-1210. The phone number. Will come back, put a bow on the 6 o'clock hour. A lot of stuff when it comes to media omission, as well as some free speech issues that we will get to as we move along. And then coming up in hour number 2 before the cut sheet, a little bit of a preview tonight of the 5 that are left standing for the third RNC debate. It's Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Doors take us to summers away or winter adventures and afternoon getaways. Your dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors by working with you on a comprehensive plan to help you reach your wealth's full potential, because doors were meant to be opened. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimum supply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE SIPC.
This Thanksgiving at Total Wine & More, find bourbons and Cabernets that you adore. Our helpful guides are so friendly and nice. So many bottles to try at the lowest price. So gather with friends as you sit down to eat. Grateful for all who made Thanksgiving complete.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Hi, this is Norman the Floorman from Norman Carpet. I went to see a psychic. When I knocked on the door, she said, "Who is it?" So I left. No kidding, folks. If you're responsible for buying carpet for your company or organization, you need to call me now. I stock the largest selection of commercial carpet in the Delaware Valley. And yes, we can install within 48 hours. Call 800-220-RUGS. Call Norman the Floorman to save 50% off our competitor's best price. Now that's not chopped liver.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If your child needs support, special tutoring, and custom instruction, METC is here to help. Now's the time to call to Kathy Gann and METC. Call the Motivational Educational Tutoring Company for over 30 years. METC's tutoring studio, founded by educator Kathy Gann, has helped people of all ages to grow personally and academically. Call Kathy at 215-493-4200. METC offers motivational SAT prep as well as academic skills and leadership training. 215-493-4200. Now's the time to get assistance. For your child to help them succeed, all you have to do is visit online at METC.com. METC's tutoring studio. Call them today, 215-493-4200, or email Kathy directly, info@METC.com. Remember, 1210 listeners receive a free 1-hour consultation. Take advantage of this opportunity to help your child get one-on-one help. 215-493-4200, 215-493-4200.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Democrat Sherelle Parker has been elected as Philadelphia's first female mayor. Democrats maintain a 5-2 majority on Pennsylvania's Supreme Court as Democrat Dan McCaffrey defeats Republican Carolyn Carluccio. And Democrats also had a big night in New Jersey. They added to their majority in the state Senate.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Oh, it's time to escape. Will you join me next spring as we discover the wonderful sights in southern Italy with my friends from Conservative Tours? Yes, southern Italy, the Abbey of Monte Cassino, Pompeii. Enough time, of course, to see all the ancient great sites in Rome as well, all while enjoying a gastronomical event for 12 days of touring. I'm talking about the Amalfi Coast, Positano, Sorrento, and the Isle of Capri. Olive oil production, a mozzarella farm, and of course, all those wineries, tasting sessions. The group dining events they're known for are legendary. Nobody does it better than Conservative Tours. Just ask my friend Dom Giordano and his better half row. 5267. 5267, that includes your nonstop airfare while supplies last. Just call toll-free, 888-733-9494. Go to conservativetours.com. Scroll down, you'll see my picture, the itinerary. Yes, you'll see on there my husband Larry Menti, my sons Michael and David. We're all going, so for us it's a family trip of a lifetime too. And we'll all discover together why so many locals, Italians, take their vacations in Puglia, Italy's best-kept secret, unspoiled, authentically Italian. Join me, won't you? Conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, Warminster, we know your favorite station is WPHT.
Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
All right, Kayal Company, 6:51. It's a Wednesday morning. It's a Tony Bruno Wednesday. Bruno will join us at 8:25. What's on the cut sheet less than an hour away? Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2 as well. And before we get to the cut sheet this morning, I do want to get to this story, kind of connected in some way to the big take this morning on censorship, how liberal college students dream of a nation without free speech. Very interesting survey and poll. We'll get to that. And also a couple of stories with the mainstream media, NBC News specifically, totally botching the coverage of this hate crime in California of a pro-Palestinian protester and supporter that killed an elderly Jewish man at 69 years old. And then the media trying to do basically a stealth edit. And Dawn loves to talk about media malpractice by omission. This was on full display. We'll get to that story as well to kick off the 7 o'clock hour. But just to kind of wrap up some of the election stuff, and I was just saying this during the break, I think, we got to be very, very careful. And I would actually say, and I'm not going to avoid talking about polls. I think polls are great launching points for conversation and having the discussions that we have as the three of us and all of our audience does on the YouTube chat or on Twitter. But again, if last night doesn't show you, I think about this. Kentucky's not the deep South. It's the mid-South. I lived in Tennessee. It's a little different in Tennessee and Kentucky as opposed to Georgia and Mississippi and Florida and Alabama. But it's still the South, right? And Kentucky is a very, very red state. So when you see these polls that we've talked about, and it's encouraging, I think today Donald Trump has a better chance than he had 6 months ago, than he had when I started doing this show on October 3rd of 2022, when we started talking about, elections and stuff. Here I am, the new guy, right? And I'm the one sitting here saying Donald Trump will be dead on arrival in 2024. Like some people say, well, that takes some courage for the new guy to say that. I think he's got a much better chance today than he did 6 months ago or a year ago. But that being said, if you think that these polls are real life and that he's just going to waltz right past Joe Biden because the economy stinks or because crime's out of control, again, we're right on a lot of these issues. But at the end of the day, in the post-Roe v. Wade era that we live in, it might be as simple as Democrats saying the following. Democrats saying, Republicans, they don't want you to have an abortion. Donald Trump, he's an evil, mad person. And then you have these sheep out there and these simpletons that get their news from their iPhone on Facebook and Yahoo News, or Apple News will send their little alert on their phone. And that's the news consumption they get of the day. And they take it as fact and they run with it. And then we sit here and we're like, well, we know we have the better policies. Why do we keep losing? I think we need to really reinforce that. The hell with saying take polls with a grain of salt. I wouldn't believe a poll right now if you plastered it on my forehead. I'm just gonna. It's such a small sample size. It's like you know what it is. I'll tell you this. Polls are the equivalent of Twitter. It's not real life.
Yeah,
it is not real life.
Well, we didn't have. Did we have polls on Central Bucks School District?
No, I'm talking big picture stuff. Yes,
big picture stuff. I think for us in our area here, we knew this was tough in the suburbs, even because of what's happening in the suburbs.
Mm-hmm.
I think polls are useful mostly because that's how they fundraise, and so it's just a Polaroid, good old fashioned Polaroid snapshot.
Right.
To your point, but I think moving forward, I think everything that's been said this morning, we all just have to look back after the football game and you look at the video and you say, all right, we need to reevaluate the plays.
Yep.
Well, they didn't do that after 2022.
Yeah, that's what bothers me. You're right. It's like, the Republican Party from Ronna McDaniel all the way down.
You fire the coach. Is she the coach that you fire?
Yes.
People were calling for her head last night on Twitter.
Absolutely. Yes. If you're not getting your messaging out, and you think it's a winning message, then yes, the person who is crafting that message needs to go because it's not a winning message. It has not been a winning message in a long time. So, and you talk too about, Twitter and TikTok and all that stuff not being real life. I think a lot of the problem is that people live in these silos of their own, creating with Twitter and Facebook, and it's just people that they agree with, and it's just news sources that they agree with, and they get into this false security that everybody thinks the way I do. Everybody thinks this way. But that's not the case.
Well, and that's why I try to actually, and I know the assumption is I only read things on Twitter, but I have a subscription, the actual physical copy. I get Wall Street Journal, New York Post, New York Times, Washington Post, Philadelphia Inquirer. Saturday and Sunday, I get those 5 papers sent to my apartment because I want to read other things that are from.
Wait, you get the hard copy?
I get the hard copy.
He's like an old man.
It's so old school.
I grew up in a newspaper family. My mom worked at the Express Times for 25 years. Not that she was a writer. She sold advertising for the paper, but I've always been around physical print.
Son, go down to the stoop and get Grandpa the newspaper.
Here's one from the Lehigh Valley. Why don't you go downstairs and get Pappy the morning call?
But your mom, who's in heaven now, worked for a pretty legendary news operation, actually.
Yeah.
So that's so cool that you grew up with that, the smell of the newsprint.
But the point being, though, with the Inquirer, I think all their stuff is extremely slanted left. I think it's garbage, but I still read it because I want to see the other perspectives that are out there. And a lot of it's for show prep, so I can point out the absurdity of some of the opinions that are shared and printed in these publications. But if you only follow 4 conservative social media influencers, if you take I'll just throw one and I'm not ripping this guy. He makes a lot of money. He does a great job. If you take, Charlie Kirk says this. If you live in that little bubble and just that narrow little lane, you're going to think you're undefeated and you're invincible. And then you go to election day and you're like, whoa, we got blown out.
Amen.
It's
Amen.
It's just not the real world.
Yep.
Sadly.
We should ask our friend Matt Rooney about that candidate in New Jersey.
Yeah.
Giuseppe Constanzo or whatever, the ghost candidates that Matt and Zioli have been reported. That's a crazy situation.
Yeah.
That's a whole different level.
It is. One last thing, and then we'll get to this break here because I know we're up against it. Our buddy Sean Farash, we'll try to have him on again before Thanksgiving, maybe next week. He tweeted this last night, and he's so right. He says, if Ronna McDaniel is not fired from her role as RNC chair, then accountability is truly dead. You cannot consistently fail at your job and continue to hold that job. Something must be done. She's like a weather person. The forecast is always wrong, and she keeps staying employed. Yep. It's remarkable. All right, we'll come back, kick off hour number 2. Dawn's got some news, and then we'll get to these free speech stories as well as the media omission. Once again, NBC News not telling the truth and the full story about a poor Jewish man that sadly lost his life in a protest. We're back after this, Kayal and Company.
Hun, we need to stop putting off getting life insurance.
I know. It's just been so busy, and I'm sure the cost is out of our budget.
Well, Jen told me that they got a $500,000 term life insurance policy from Ethos for less than $23 a month. All online with no complicated forms and no medical exam. All they had to do was answer a few health questions.
Wait, no medical exam and all online?
I know, right? It's not easy to think about, but if something happened to you, James and I would be...
Okay, I get it. Let's get a quote from Ethos right now. Wow, you were right. There's no medical exam. And Ethos makes the whole online process fast and easy. And look at these rates and coverage options. It's great protection and totally fits our budget.
Ethos. They've removed all the barriers from getting coverage. Go to checkethos.com to get your free online quote. That's checkethos.com. Quote based on a healthy, non-smoking 30-year-old male with a 20-year term policy. Rates may vary.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
I want to talk to you about Mike Garvey at Pro Health Plans. If you pay for your own health insurance or you're looking for coverage, do not go online looking for quotes. You'll get endless calls from call centers and they will not stop. Instead, call Mike, an expert with over 30 years experience, and he can provide sound advice for your health insurance needs. Their plans let you pick your doctors, and it's 30 to 60% lower cost than Obamacare. The monthly premiums are independent of your income, so there will be no surprise tax bills. If you pay for your own health insurance, own a small business, you're underinsured, you're on COBRA, or your employer coverage is just too expensive, call Mike at 610-529-1106. That's 610-529-1106. 610-529-1106. Or go to prohealthplans.com. That's prohealthplans.com. They will custom design a plan managed by you, not the government.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Sellersville Theater in Sellersville with Paul Wyants and Brendan Donegan. Saturday, November 18th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
Don't let them silence you. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It is Kayal and Company live here Wednesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. 855-839-1210. Twitter and Instagram at 1210 WPHT. All right, Tony Bruno at 8:25. The cut sheet in just about 45 minutes. And then a lot to get into with free speech, hate crimes. We'll preview the third RNC debate tonight. Also, RFK Jr. is rolling in a few demos in battleground states, and it's worth discussing. So we'll get to that as we roll along this morning. But let's get to the news. There's a lot of it. Round number 2 at 7:03. And for that, the great Dawn Stenzel.
And good morning this Wednesday morning, the day after what was supposed to be a big election making national news in our region. But we are sponsored this morning by Consumer Cellular. We do have a shooting that happened in Manayunk. Philadelphia police investigating that one. A man and a woman both shot. So we don't have the particulars on it. It's just it's an unusual incident that we see a shooting in that section of Philadelphia. We don't know if it was a domestic, what was involved or what created this. But I just wanted to highlight the crime issue that's going on, the latest investigation with regard to Philadelphia police. A lot of election news. We've talked about this. Headlining, of course, Philadelphia's 100th mayoral race, and that is Sherelle Parker, no surprise, a Democrat who is well known here in Philadelphia, and defeating David O., Republican, who, in fact, made a great showing, one of the best showings that we've seen in some 20 years. No Republican has won the mayoral race in Philadelphia for more than 70 years, so that's no surprise. We have Democrat Judge Dan McCaffrey winning that open seat on PA's Supreme Court, on its highest court, holding, they already had the majority there, but this certainly bolsters that situation, and he beat out Montgomery County Judge in the statewide race, beating out Montgomery County Judge Carolyn Carluccio, Montgomery County Judge. So these justices serve 10-year terms, and this was one of those races we want to talk about that's high profile, historic in nature, as they spent more than $20 million on this race, and that one is making national news. It should have been a sleepy little race. Another headline, and they ran it on the fact of saying that Judge McCaffrey will protect abortion rights, and that was the number one issue, and they spent a ton of money on that campaign, and it worked. Working Families Party, who was described, this party was blasted by even Democrat Bob Brady, former congressman, leader of the Democrat Party here in Philadelphia, Working Families Party. It's not official because the Republicans in this race have not said that, acknowledged this, but by all accounts, this far left progressive party has won these 2 seats.
That's just exactly what we need more of. Okay.
They wanted the injection site. I mean, we've talked about it, but it's concerning.
Which is a staggering thing to try to process. They want the injection sites. Like, really? That's what you want? Okay.
So only one. This is a historic first for the city of Philadelphia. Only one Republican will be in the 17-seat legislative body in the city, with more than 115,000 Republicans represented by one person in the 10th district. That's Council Member Brian O'Neill, who's a very long-time, very popular individual, well-known, especially in Northeast Philadelphia, obviously in the 10th district. He's the only Republican who won.
I'll tell you what, he's got to feel fat. I mean, I know, like, generally speaking about the party, he probably can't feel great, but the fact that he was able to do it and nobody else could, I mean, he's got to be taking somewhat of a victory lap this morning, I would imagine.
Yeah, and in the suburbs, Democrats primarily taking victory laps, especially in Montgomery County, in Delaware County, which is not a surprise, and then obviously in Bucks County, which is a bit of a surprise. I know we'll talk about that moving forward, but I do want to mention for you, there is outrage. There are calls for an investigation after reports of malfunctioning voting machines in Pennsylvania. Northampton County Elections Office releasing a statement yesterday saying it appears when voters select yes or no for one of the candidates for Pennsylvania Superior Court, the vote is recorded for the other candidate. Now, this is.
So you said Northampton County.
Yes.
This is my home county. This is the Easton Bethlehem area up in the Lehigh Valley. This is where I grew up and spent most of my life.
Yeah, so now they've said this was this is a little glitch. It was isolated, they say, and to about 300 people. And the policy there is that you go to paper ballots, but they're saying that this is an isolated incident. That's what is being said. And the issue is limited, they say, to the retention of just the Pennsylvania Superior Court. It affected Judge Jack Piniella and Judge Victor Stable, that according to county officials.
Yeah, I know who Jack Piniella is. He's been there forever. So with this ballot system that they're using, is it different than what we were using down here? Because I know because last November, if I recall correctly, when I voted at my little church in Bluebell, we had like these little, I don't know if it was like a felt tip pen or what it was, and you would fill in the circle and then stick the card or the sheet into the machine and it would register. So is that the exact same thing that they're using up there?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Now, is it flipping inconsistently with both parties, or is it flipping from one to the other?
All they've said is, let's say you voted yes for one judge and no for the other, it would flip it. But they're saying, look, this was a retention race.
Yeah.
And they were primarily, very seldom in the history does somebody vote no, and one of these retention races a judge gets booted.
Right.
But the question a lot of people have is, well, how did this happen?
Mm-hmm.
And did it happen? I mean, the only reason they caught it was because voters were very observant.
Oh.
And noticed.
Good.
I know, but did you look back? Then I thought, oh my gosh, did I look back? Because you do it electronically. You push everything.
Yep.
Then it lets you review the vote.
Mm-hmm.
And I should have taken, snapshots with my phone, but I didn't.
Right.
But did you review it?
Yeah, take the time to check your work, right?
Yep. And so you don't get a receipt.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's all electronic.
Right.
And so the only reason they knew was a few very observant voters said, "What? Wait a minute."
Mm-hmm.
And they reported it. And so that was how they knew. Otherwise, they never would have known.
Very interesting.
The question is, well, wait a minute. If these same machines are here in Philadelphia and other places, how do we,
guys? If we're hanging our hats on voting machine errors, we're going to lose again in 2024.
Oh, for sure.
I'm saying.
So we shouldn't care that they have acknowledged that coding errors, which were clerical. So we shouldn't
keep
push
going.
For,
keep going with that. Keep going with that. It'll really.
So we should just let it.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. I'm just saying that if we're hanging our hat, it's like, oh, there's something fishy.
Did I say I was hanging my hat?
I'm just saying.
I'm telling you that the voting machine company says it was an error, a human error, because they did not code the machine. We had people yesterday calling in saying that the election folks were not charging batteries. They hadn't done things. This, they're saying, was a human error. They were supposed when the people come in, they're supposed to charge the batteries. They're supposed to put certain codes in to the machine. They apparently didn't do that, and that's what created this.
All right.
And there's no way to know if it happened anywhere else.
Right.
I'm just pointing that out.
Good old Northampton County.
So despite the glitch on the printed summary, voters' actual choices were properly recorded by the machine's back-end system and that votes would be tabulated accurately. That was the statement that they held in Easton. So I'm just telling you what they said. I'm not trying to say I'm hanging my head on anything, Gregory.
By the way, Nick, Big Stinky Cheese 67.
Yeah.
Blaming you for the David O loss.
Blaming me.
He said, David O made a great showing, ? No thanks to Nick for telling him to stay home for the past 6 months.
I've been trying. It was a worthless cause. He should have never even wasted his time. Should have been golfing and gambling and drinking with me.
So it's your fault. It's your fault David O won.
That's correct. No, that he lost.
That he lost.
Or lost,
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. But trust me, if David O would have won, I would have taken all the credit.
Kevin Pools writes 469,951 registered voters in Bucks County, but only 199,080 voted.
That's well less than half.
Yeah. They just...
I mean, for most people.
No,
honestly,
that's registered voters in total, not registered Republicans, correct?
Registered voters
okay.
in Bucks, yeah.
Yeah. Well, my sister's brother-in-law was sending me a text last night about how low the turnout was in Lehigh County. And do we just chalk that up to being, quote, an off election year?
Yeah. Yes.
I mean,
for 99.9% of people, this is an off election year.
Only 30.8% of registered voters in Lehigh County voted.
Yeah.
You had 241,944 that are registered, and it looks like there was 74,533 that voted. It's just about 31%.
Yeah.
You can only lead the horse to the well. You can't make him drink the water, right?
Yeah, the fundraising, and we'll get through it, but the fundraising just in Central Bucks, which is the third largest school district in Pennsylvania, I would say one of the more affluent ones, 18,000 students represented there, saw far greater spending and fundraising there. At least $600,000 in fundraising for a what should be a sleepy little school board race.
Yep.
Messaging matters, guys. Messaging matters.
Yep.
No doubt.
Well, you're right. There's so much more going on today, but I want to bring you our sponsor. We are sponsored by Consumer Cellular, offering unlimited talk and text on every single plan, starting at $20 per month. Stay connected in rain, sleet, and snow with their premium nationwide 5G coverage, no contract, free activation. Visit consumercellular.com so you can switch today. And the NBC 10 First Alert forecast, lovely sunny skies, but chillier, much chillier today than it was tomorrow. 51 for your high today. Then we pop back up to 70 degrees for your Thursday Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210, the phone number. It's bad enough that the Democrats keep winning, but when the left keeps squashing free speech, well, then how do you get your message out? How can you ever be victorious in elections if you can't get your beliefs, values, and ideologies to the masses? We'll get to that story when we continue. It's Kayal & Company, live here on this Wednesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As the weather gets colder, the NFL offers stay hot on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, because right now all customers can get a no-sweat same-game parlay for Thursday night football. That is last tomorrow night already. I can't believe today's Wednesday. Oofa. Just place a 3-leg same-game parlay on this week's game between the Panthers and Bears, and you'll get bonus bets back if you don't win. NFL same-game parlays are the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance at an even bigger payday. You don't have to take my word for it. I can sit here and tell you what I'm going to do for this game. But all you have to do is go on the FanDuel app, and they have pre-built same-game parlays already in there for you. You can see how many people are betting on it. So which ones, seem to be the quote-unquote good bet and ones that might not be, or the long shots. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg, so you don't miss out on your chance to get a no-sweat same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT and is the official sports betting partner of the NFL. It's 21 and over, President PA. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The future of joint pain relief is right here in the Philadelphia region. QC Kinetics, advanced regenerative medicine. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. If you've been told that more steroids or surgery are your only options, not so fast. Get a second opinion. Learn more about how you can harness your body's own healing agents to attack that joint pain. QC Kinetics does not mask the pain. These treatments go to the very core of the problem, using concentrated healing properties placed directly into your joint, which repairs and restores that damaged tissue. Imagine living life, especially this fall, with no more pain in your knees, your aching shoulder, your back, your hips. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime. Just call the local medical professionals, get a free consultation. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. 215-999-3000. Just call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You get up every morning and make it all work. You make the hospitals and the labs work. You keep the shelves stocked, the cash registers ringing, the production lines producing. At Vestis, we have the uniforms and workplace supplies you need to do what you do every day. When you think uniforms, floor mats, first aid kits, restroom supplies, think Vestis. Vestis, uniforms and workplace supplies for the people who make it all work. Learn more at Vestis.com.
We know you're excited because Eagles football is back. With the free Odyssey app, you can jump back and listen to the moments that matter, even if you missed it live. Hear Marks and Reese break down the offense, or listen to Nick Sirianni's interview with the 94 WIP Morning Show.
Yeah, I've been in a game where we scored a touchdown, and I'm fist pumping with the fans. I don't think I've done that since I played college football.
Stay close to the Eagles wherever you are this season. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
Don't miss Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor, Saturday afternoons at 5. Tune in for accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your radio doctor, Dr. Marianne Ritchie, Saturday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Democrat Sherelle Parker has been elected as Philadelphia's first female mayor. Democrats maintain a 5-2 majority on Pennsylvania's Supreme Court as Democrat Dan McCaffrey defeats Republican Carolyn Carluccio. And Democrats also had a big night in New Jersey. They added to their majority in the state Senate.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Well, it's time to sip a little bit of limoncello from your hotel balcony as you savor the sunset beyond the Isle of Capri. That's right, the Amalfi Coast, Positano, Sorrento, Capri. Join me next spring as we discover the wonderful sights in southern Italy. Oh, I can't wait. With my friends from Conservative Tours, and nobody does it better than Conservative Tours. The Abbey of Monte Cassino, Pompeii, enough time to see all the great sites, the ancient sites in Rome as well, all while enjoying a gastronomical event for 12 awesome days of touring. Olive oil production, a mozzarella farm, and yes, the wineries. Can't wait for this. Can't wait for all those tasting sessions. The group dining events they're known for are legendary. 5267, yes, that includes your airfare, which is nonstop while supplies last. I can just smell the lemon groves outside my hotel window in Sorrento. Call toll-free, 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. Italy's best-kept secret, Puglia, charming villages, authentically Italian. You'll find out why so many locals take their vacations in Puglia. Conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, Kayal, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
721, Kayal and Company. Good to have you in here on a beautiful Wednesday morning, November 8th, 2023. What's on the cut sheet coming up in about 25 minutes? Tony Bruno, an hour from now. I was also just thinking about this during the break, and I do want to move on from some of the election stuff and get to some of these free speech stories. And also, the media malpractice continues when it comes to the Israel-Palestine debate that's been going on in this country. But let's think about this for a moment. So for all of the people that think all I do is rip Ron DeSantis, I'm going to give Ron DeSantis a little bit of credit here.
Actually, I got a text or an email from, or I'm sorry, a tweet.
I thought I saw a tweet
that said that he no longer listens to the show because all you do is bash Trump.
Oh, all I do is bash Trump.
Yeah. So,
really?
Wow.
Yeah,
Oh.
I think his name is Chris.
Oh,
He said,
I thought it was because I hate DeSantis.
"Yeah, no, it's because you hate Trump."
I hate Trump. Oh, okay.
So it's all you did was bash Trump. So
Right. Okay.
he
All I
doesn't
do is
listen to
bash
you
Trump.
anymore.
Oh, it's interesting.
So, okay.
All right, he's the one that left. Okay. He's wrong and he left. But, this is where I think you should give DeSantis some credit. And this is not to say that he could actually win an election in 2024 or in 2028. But at the governor level, think about what we saw. Ohio, Kentucky, and Virginia, they lose. And it makes what Ron DeSantis has done in Florida, I think, even more impressive when you consider just how many people have left their prior state and made Florida their new residency, their new home. Tony Bruno specifically, but Tony Bruno was not a Democrat or a lefty anyway to begin with. But you think about all the people that left California or New York or PA or any other blue state during the pandemic that they wanted to have their kids be in school and not be masked and have more of the freedoms, but yet still some of them, if not most of them, still vote Democrat when they go to Florida. And now more than ever, Florida is ruby red. I mean, we always knew Florida was red, but now, I mean, especially coming off of the midterms from last year, DeSantis has made it very clear that Florida is absolutely vibrant red, and he's the one taking in a lot of people from blue states in the last 2.5 or 3 years. So whatever he's doing there at the gubernatorial level, again, presidential stuff be damned. Don't worry. Who cares about what he's saying in debates and bickering about COVID with Trump or battling Christie? I'm talking about his current job, not his aspiration. He is doing something right at a policy level because that state is super, super red. So I do think that's worth mentioning when we talk about what did not happen in red states such as Virginia, Kentucky, and Ohio. 855-839-1210. But when we talk about politics and, you get to the point where you're an adult, you register to vote, and you hope to have your, belief systems put into practice, so to speak, that starts, for most people at an earlier age. Sometimes it's in college, and other times it's, growing up in your family, in your household, in high school, and things like that. So I think this is why education matters so much. And when we talk about school districts like Bucks County and Central Bucks School District and everything that's going on there, and then working your way up through high school and then going to college, because this is a very interesting story. And I just want to highlight a couple of things here. So the headline reads, "Liberal college students dream of a nation without free speech." And this was written by Bobby Barak from Outkick, but he's taking data from a recent College Pulse/Fire survey, which was conducted and covered by Nate Silver. Nate Silver of the 538. Apparently he has a Substack, and he broke this story down, and they asked currently enrolled college students about which topics a controversial speaker should be allowed on campus to discuss. So let's say like the Riley Gaineses of the world. I don't think anything Riley Gaines says is remotely controversial, but she's been branded and labeled controversial by the left. So the question reads as follows. Student groups often invite speakers to campus to express their views on a range of topics. Regardless of your own views of this topic, should your school allow or not allow a speaker on campus who previously expressed the following idea? And the survey presented the students with 6 examples. Silver separated the examples as 3 different conservative ideas and 3 different liberal ideas. And they labeled them C1, C2, C3 for conservative 1, 2, 3, Same thing for L1 through 3, liberal 1, 2, 3. And the 3 C's were, number 1, C1, transgender people have a mental disorder. C2, abortion should be completely illegal. And C3, Black Lives Matter is a hate group. And then for L1 through 3, it was L1, the Second Amendment should be repealed so that guns can be confiscated. L2, religious liberty is used as an excuse to discriminate against gays and lesbians. And L3, structural racism maintains inequality by protecting white privilege. And then they got the results. And per the results of the study, students on the right, conservatives, have a 59% tolerance rate for liberal speech. So basically 6 out of 10. Yet students on the left only have a 21% tolerance for conservative speech, basically 1 out of 5. Moreover, intolerance vastly outpaces tolerance when you consider that just 25% of college students themselves are conservative and over 50% consider themselves liberal to very liberal. So what does all of this mean? You think about trying to get your message out and how the left will shout you down or shut you down or censor you or cancel you. At the college level, and this is not a breaking news story by any stretch, you see that conservatives, even though they disagree with liberals, are far more willing to allow you to have your side of the story and give your speech, where the left does not, only 20%. So what does that mean, I think, come election time? Well, we already know the media disadvantage. We know the media's bias. We know the voter registration advantage. And then specifically, like in Pennsylvania, Mike Braun was sending us some graphs on Twitter just last segment during the commercial about the mail-in ballot disadvantage that Republicans are facing. I'll retweet this, but we are starting in the state of Pennsylvania. The Republican Party is starting in a 400,000 vote hole. So before election day comes, we already have like cinder blocks around our ankles, and we've already been thrown into the ocean. Like it's not a fair fight. It's not an even race. That's why I think a lot of this stuff really matters at the grassroots level, all the way up through schools, and then you get to election day. Like if you can't get your message out, how are you going to get these people to buy into your beliefs? Because the left wants to be the left is the arbiter of all of this. They tell you what is allowed and what is. That's why, like when Dawn says that Republicans have to be more aggressive and the GOP has to be tougher on things, this is what we're talking about here. Because the left basically wants to make this country a one-party world, a one-party nation. And how do they do that? I mean, just like I talked about in the Big Take this morning, the censorship industrial complex. You have governmental agencies colluding with Stanford and saying no, and this was going back to the 2020 election. So I know it's, quote, living in the past, but as we know, the past is a good indicator of the future, whether you're willing to change your habits to win or the extent that they went in 2020. You know they're going to do this again next year in 2024. You know it's going to happen again in 2028.
Yeah.
So how do you win, Dawn? How do you figure this out? We are at a massive disadvantage before the referee even says go.
Yeah, and I think, Republicans ultimately, we said it earlier, we say it after every election, if you keep on, the definition of an insanity, if you keep on doing the same thing over and over again and expecting the same result, that's insanity. So the Republicans have to pivot, have to change the way they view these elections. And to me, at the school board election, this is much like George Soros back in the day, realizing that he could get more bang for his buck by funding local district attorney races. And we saw all these Soros-backed DAs like Krasner who came here. This is, to me, when I look at what's happening across the country and here in our area, this is much of the same. The Democrats, and this PAC money and some of it dark PAC money and all of that, coming in from D.C., from the outside, and funding some what should be sleepy little local elections, right?
Right.
So why are they doing this? Because they're using that Soros DA model now to think, hey, we can pump some money into a local school board election or a local commissioner's election, et cetera, and we can get a lot of bang for our buck because we rev up the Democrats, we defeat the Republicans, and then this becomes a harbinger, a pattern for the future, and certainly for 2024.
No doubt about it. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in at 1210 WPHT on social media, or, of course, fire up the YouTube chat, the Kayal and Company comment community. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. All right, cut sheet in about 14, 15 minutes, but when we come back, before that, a hate crime that the media totally gets wrong when it comes to Israel and pro-Palestinian supporters. Very tragic and also very embarrassing by NBC News. We'll expose their hypocrisy next on Kayal and Company.
I thought I was going to have to go through a hip replacement or some painful, unsuccessful surgery or be crippled the rest of my life.
Electrical engineer Dan Vogler had awful arthritic pain in his hips. Pain that not only affected him physically, but also emotionally. And it spilled over even to his relationships.
I was almost mean. If you're in pain and other people don't sympathize with it, you're lashing out at the wrong people.
But then Dan found QC Kinetics. With the latest advances in regenerative medicine, non-surgical treatments with lasting relief.
I felt immediate relief. I mean, within half a day, much of the inflammation and pain was down.
And today, Dan says he's totally pain-free, living the life he wants.
At the end of the fourth treatment, I felt pretty much healed and enthused and was raving about QC Kinetics. I can recommend them highly to anyone.
Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
You're invited to witness a groundbreaking documentary, America's Retirement Dilemma, a documentary of Wall Street's rigged system, featuring powerful exclusive interviews such as the top regulator over Wall Street, the Inspector General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, H. David Kotz, who indicates how Wall Street is rigged.
In the federal government, management is often a big challenge. Get the manager to do the right thing. It's a great concern.
The Chief Accountability Officer over the federal government, the United States Comptroller General, David Walker, further explaining the dilemma facing all Americans.
If we have another recession, the federal government doesn't have any more tools in its toolbox.
Hear these experts and more exclusive interviews with powerful industry leaders, esteemed economists, and top researchers at the Spring Mill Manor, November 14th. Registration is required. 1-800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
With food prices going up, it's hard to decide on what to buy and where to buy. If you're looking for a way to stretch your food dollars, look no further than your neighborhood grocery outlet. We have the name brands you love for 40 to 70% less than regular grocery stores. Our stores are locally owned and operated by people in your community, so we understand the challenges you are facing. Stop by your local grocery outlet today for deals you won't believe.
Grocery Outlet Bargain Market.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard me talk a lot about Chapman windows, doors, and siding, and how I just think the world of the Chapman family team. Mike and Mark Chapman, two brothers, started their business about 30 years ago in Chester County, and their business has certainly grown, gets all of the best ratings, Better Business Bureau, and other community accolades as well. You may not think of Chapman right away for siding and stucco remediation, but you should. I would trust no one else with this investment in your home. So if you're thinking of updating your current siding or maybe removing your current stucco and replacing it with siding, think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available right now, the curb appeal of your home will pop. And if you have stucco, which I do, so I'm in this wheelhouse thinking about updating it, think about the James Hardy plank or the vinyl siding. That will certainly add value to your home. If you're looking to sell, you can be sure buyers will value updated new siding. And now is a great time to get ahead of the ball. Plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the folks you want on the job. If you or somebody you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, or hardware or stucco remediation, just give them a call. You can text. They're local and they're listeners. 610-431-8898. You can check them out online, take a virtual tour, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Be sure sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Just about 50 minutes out from Tony Bruno. 10 minutes away from another installment of What's on the Cut Sheet. I had a little peek and gander at it last night. It'll be a good one. I assure you that. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Third RNC debate tonight in Miami from 8 to 10 p.m. You're going to have Lester Holt, Kristen Welker, and one of the conservative radio hosts down in Florida, Hugh Hewitt, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes. So that should be an interesting trio. I can't imagine it going worse than the one with the guy from Fox News Business, Dana Perino, and who was the other guy? It was, oh my God, I'm drawing a blank. It wasn't.
Oh, it was the British. Oh my God.
Yeah, the British guy that we don't like.
Stuart Varney.
Stuart Varney.
Stuart Varney.
Oh my goodness gracious. So we'll see how that plays out tonight on TV, and that'll obviously be the big take tomorrow on a Thursday. But, you know, we talked a lot in the last about 5 weeks now when it comes to Hamas and Israel, and we have seen so many pro-Palestinian protesters in this country, and there was a tragedy that happened in California a few days ago where a Jewish man was killed in California after a confrontation between pro-Israel and pro-Palestinian rally-goers that resulted in a physical altercation. And the media outlets, this is the headline from the Daily Wire, are tying themselves in knots to avoid saying that a Jewish man was killed in this fight, which is really remarkable because those are the facts, and you omit them, and it, to me, is media, malpractice. But if the mainstream media reports are to be believed, he might have just died after falling on the sidewalk and hitting his head. So Paul Kessler, 69 years old, hit his head on the pavement as a result of the altercation, and he later died of his injuries at a nearby hospital. So the Ventura County Sheriff's Department reported, quote, upon arrival, responding deputies located Kessler, who was suffering from a head injury. Witness accounts indicated that Kessler was involved in a physical altercation with counter-protesters. During the altercation, Kessler fell backwards and struck his head on the ground. Kessler was transported to an area hospital for advanced medical treatment, and on November the 6th, just 2 days ago, 2023, Kessler succumbed to his injuries. The sheriff's office said in a press release in a press conference on Tuesday, that was yesterday, that officers detained a 50-year-old suspect who was, quote, advocating for Palestine. The sheriff's department later released the suspect after authorities conduct a search warrant at his home. The medical examiner's office ruled the cause of death to be homicide, and authorities have, quote, not ruled out the possibility of a hate crime. Yet here we still have the media putting out headlines like this, where NBC basically tried to do a stealth edit and got called for it. So their original headline from NBC News appeared to emphasize only that Kessler died after hitting his head. Here was the headline, quote, man dies after hitting head during Israel and Palestinian rallies in California, officials say. Then they updated the headline that gave the context that was needed that Kessler died after an altercation with protesters. The new headline read, Jewish man dies after hitting head in altercation at dueling pro-Israel and pro-Palestinian rallies in California. See, I think the media, and I'm talking about the lamestream media itself, they think they are really slick with their subtle edits, because that's the one thing and the one beauty of the internet. The internet can be a dangerous place, but the internet lives forever. The internet is permanent. That's where the receipts are had and they're kept. So NBC News, much like all of these other outlets since this whole stuff started on October the 7th, has had a clear agenda. And Dawn, you're the award-winning journalist on the show. Is this once again another case of omission by bias and media malpractice? Because it seems like they didn't want to make it known that the man who was perishing was Jewish and he was conflicting with a pro-Palestinian protester, because as we know, they have been very pro-Palestine in their coverage, specifically at MSNBC.
Yeah, and initially when I saw it reported that the other person, the Palestinian protester, was facing homicide charges.
Okay.
And I don't know if that was so initially locally when I saw that from the local stations, I thought, okay, they're reporting it correctly. That was like right when it happened.
Right.
Then, to your point, all of a sudden the spin cycle started.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, he fell backwards. I mean, really?
Right.
Like, if you look at him, he's 16, and initially they said 65, then they said 69 years old, so he's 69 years old. If you look at him and photos, screenshots from people who were there, a very fit guy.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he's in his late 60s, very fit.
Yep.
Somebody who, by all accounts, was a really healthy guy, took care of himself, and looked 10 years younger than he is, right?
Correct.
And so, media malpractice to report this, that he fell. That's almost like a mafia thing. Like, Ralphie, well, look at that. He just suddenly
slipped off
fell
the curb.
backward. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This man did not just fall backwards
No.
and hit his head.
Right. He was
My
He was in a
goodness.
physical altercation with a man 20 years younger than him. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing, and this is tragic as well, but there's almost a part of me that just has to laugh because this person is so obsessed with committing violence that they're so stupid that they made a major mistake. So this is the headline: Woman arrested for driving car into what she thought was a Jewish school. Turns out it was the building of an anti-Semitic group. That's the headline on Outkick. A woman was arrested in Indianapolis after driving her car into what she thought was a Jewish school. Ruba Almageth was arrested on a charge of criminal recklessness after she allegedly drove her vehicle into what she believed was a Jewish school. That according to Fox 59. However, not only was the building not a Jewish school, it was the home of the Israelite School of Universal and Practical Knowledge, which has been labeled as an anti-Semitic hate group, according to the same report from Fox 59. So she is accused of backing her car into the building while several people were inside on Friday night. She allegedly told police that she was upset about the coverage of the Israel-Hamas war and decided to attack the building because she was offended by the, quote, Hebrew Israelite symbol on the building. However, it turned out she was attacking a group that is also anti-Israel, something she certainly allegedly appears to be as well. These are the kind of stories that you just expect to be fodder and be completely fake and be from the Babylon Bee, or you always hear Florida man story, and the Florida man does something really, really stupid while he's on meth, and then you see the mugshot of him and he's got a mullet and 4 teeth. This actually played out in real life where you had somebody, and again, I guess the biggest takeaway here for me is not only is this lady incredibly stupid and deranged and evil, I am still am I wrong in saying this from an observation standpoint that we might have, and I don't even think that it's a slight percentage. I think it is exponentially obvious at this point in time. I really believe this. And if I'm wrong, somebody correct me. And I don't know how you could. I don't know. There's no data out there that proves this. This is just a hunch on my part after 5 weeks of talking about the Israel-Palestine conflict. I didn't realize, and maybe I should have, there are so many anti-Semitic people in this country. I'm
in the world.
Well, yes, in the world, obviously.
Yeah.
But I'm just some of these stories that we're seeing locally, or we're seeing within this country. I mean, I think anti-Semitism outweighs the traditional racism in this country in 2023.
I agree.
By a massive margin. Massive margin. We're not seeing racism story like that. It's all anti-Semitic stuff.
Yep.
It's like a fuse was lit and everybody just kind of came out of the woodwork.
Yeah, it's really scary to see. It
is.
really
It was acceptable.
Yeah, we've gone through these horrific points in history where Jewish people were exterminated.
Yes.
And then we kind of, the farther we get from it, we kind of forget, and all of these, these cockroaches go back underneath into their holes, and then all of a sudden, when the time is right, they peek out again.
Yeah.
And you really see how evil people are.
She's
really ugh.
She's offended by the coverage of it, which I would argue in this country the coverage has been so slanted in Palestinians' favor. She's triggered, and she says, you know what, I'm going to back my car into a Jewish school, and I'm wrong about it, and I picked the wrong building.
Yep.
Well, I mean, I know we've talked about it, and we in Philadelphia were headlined in the Wall Street Journal, and we've talked a lot about this, but this local Philly Palestine coalition that wants to ban all the basically Jewish-run or Jewish-owned businesses.
Yep.
And we talked about that happening in the suburbs where they ripped a flag down and you don't see much coverage on it. I mean, that they're having a rally on Broad Street on Veterans Day this Saturday. On Instagram, they announced that they're having a rally also on Saturday, and they said march to Biden's house. And so this is the same group that we talked about Monday that shut down 30th Street Station. And so they're calling people to come from outside our area to flood Philadelphia. But to me, this is right here. We're seeing this where, how do we not call this? I mean, we're calling it anti-Semitic.
Oh, yeah.
But how is this allowed?
I know. It's sad. It really is. And somewhat it's actually predictable at this point now.
Jeez.
All right, 7:47. It's Wednesday morning as we get for a midweek edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
Wait. Before we do this, Dawn, what's with your camera angle? Why are you at one side? Can you move it? Or boys, can somebody move her camera?
It moved?
I don't know. Can we please, the whole entire time Dawn was talking, the camera's on me. Come on, guys. Get with it.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Wednesday is brought to you by our good friends at Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have ample inventory of brand new and beautiful pre-owned Volvos. Enjoy the luxury experience you deserve. They always go the extra mile for their customers because relationships matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. I'm going to start with something that I don't normally do. I'm going to start with a cut that I'm not going to set up.
That's right. Robert F. Kennedy is in a three-way race with Trump and Biden, which is definitely the worst three-way a Kennedy has ever been a part of.
Come on, that's just funny.
Where is that from?
That's from The Daily Show last night with host Sarah Silverman.
All right. So, look, we're going to be consistent. We've got to be consistent. I'm all about consistency.
Amen.
If polls are polls and you take them with a grain of salt, or if we've established today that polls mean absolutely jack squat, then this poll means absolutely nothing as well. But it is interesting to kind of kick around from a conversation standpoint. So RFK Jr. is leading both Trump and Biden amongst young voters in swing states. This story, courtesy of Mediaite, and this is also coming from the New York Times Siena College poll. But when it comes to voters under 45 years old, so basically about Greg Stocker's age on down, RFK beats both Trump and Biden in the 6 swing states. Here's some of the data. The polling shows that in an average of data gathered from Georgia, Arizona, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Wisconsin, Kennedy has 34% support base with voters aged 18 to 29 and has 31% support with the 30 to 44-year-old voter, whereas Trump's numbers stand at 29% and 30% respectively, and Biden at 30% in both categories as well. Again, polls are polls, so it probably means absolutely nothing, but it is interesting that in that little group of people that were surveyed, basically anybody in that 18 to 44 demo in toss-up areas going for the third party. I saw a lot of people talking about other things RFK related yesterday as well, just when we talk about third party and kind of the historic support he's receiving kind of in the modern day, so to speak, in the last 35, 40 years. So very interesting there.
Let's go to last night's election results, shall we? Let's start with Kentucky. Incumbent governor Andy Beshear, by the way, 45 years old, speaking of young people, won re-election, trounced his opponent, Daniel Cameron. This was his acceptance speech where he throws a little shade at Mitch McConnell and Rand Paul. Cut 13, Phil, go.
Tonight, Kentucky made a choice. A choice not to move to the right or to the left, but to move forward for every single family. A choice to reject Team R or Team D and to state clearly that we are one Team Kentucky. A choice of Jack Harlow over Sarah Huckabee Sanders. And tonight, the people of Kentucky elected me as just the third 2 consecutive term governor in our history.
By the way, stopping in here for 1 second too. There was a thing going around on social media last night, basically, that said over the last decade, I think, whoever wins the Kentucky governor's race, that same party wins the election the following year.
The presidential election.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, look, take those things for what they're worth.
Right,
I don't really put any sort of
Yeah.
hay in.
But it's a trend.
Those sort of things, but it's a trend. If
Yeah.
we're talking about trends.
Yeah. So Beshear won by about 60. It looks like 64,000 votes. He got about 52.5% to 47.5%. So he's only the third governor in the history of that Commonwealth to go back to back.
Well, let me just say this too, because
That's interesting.
A lot of people are talking about, the Democrat who won this in Kentucky, which is, impressive. But a Democrat in Kentucky is not exactly a squad dem. You know what I mean?
No, he's moderate at worse.
True.
You know what I mean? So we're not talking about, Kentucky's going blue. Kentucky's not going blue.
No.
It is just that they thought that this guy has handled, natural disasters and all that stuff well. They think that he's handled their state well, so they reelected him. It's not. I wouldn't take too much from the Kentucky thing. Like, I know a lot of people are saying, well, a Democrat won Kentucky. I mean, yeah, it was an incumbent. You know what I mean? So, anyway.
Yeah. He defeated Cameron, who was the Republican African-American. Chris Christie tweeted this last night. Our buddy, our favorite guy without a party.
Sloppy Chris Christie.
Yeah, he's obviously taking victory laps in defeat for a Republican, which is, again, we talk about carving out a lane and having a path. Christie's taken a really odd one to be the guy that just wants to butt heads with Trump, but he tweeted the following. He says, Trump-endorsed candidate Daniel Cameron loses the governor's race in deep red Kentucky.
Let me ask you a question, though. Was he endorsed by him?
I don't know.
From what I understand, that he didn't do any rallies or anything like that for him. I think he just sent some, Truth Social post out that said go vote for Cameron. So I don't know if that's endorsement.
Qualify that as I was just going to say, does that count?
I don't know how involved he got in this race.
Okay.
To be fair.
Okay.
But to be fair to Chris Christie,
right?
The lane that he's choosing is basically saying that, look at the GOP right now, and who's the leader of that party.
And I think you're going to see tonight, there's going to be 5. It's going to be Tim Scott, Vivek Ramaswamy, Nikki Haley, Chris Christie, and Ron DeSantis. Third RNC debate at 8 o'clock tonight. And I guarantee you,
this is going to be.
Christie's going to say this. I'm going to read Christie's tweet here, and I'll bet you he will read or he will say verbatim what he tweeted last night. Trump-endorsed candidate Daniel Cameron loses the governor's race in deep red Kentucky. He might not read that part, but he's going to say another loss for Trump. The losing will only end if Republicans rid themselves of Trump. Loser in 18, 20, 21, 22, and now 23. Christie's going to point out any Trump, whether it's right, wrong, or indifferent. He's going to take the facts of every time a Trump-endorsed candidate loses, he's going to use that as ammunition to say that Trump should not be the choice in 24. You can take that to the bank. That's right in Christie's wheelhouse.
But keep in mind, this is the first time that all these 5 candidates have had to answer to the new polls you've been talking about.
I know.
That because they've always said, well, Trump can't win a general election. So this is the first time where they're meeting and they're being questioned about the fact of saying, well, you've been saying that. However, if you believe the polls.
Right.
That's got
to be the first question tonight, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I would think if it's always about, like, they can't do the, they're not, my God, are they really going to ask about 2020 again? Are they, like, if Welker, Holt, and who's the Hugh Hewitt, if they come out with the same stale living in the past stuff, like if you're going to make it about Trump when he's not there and you're going to make it all about the front runner in front of the 5 that are vying for that position, can we at least make it time relevant as far as the latest polling shows? Like, that to me is the more interesting point. We've beat you. How many times can you beat a dead horse to death with the past?
Yeah,
And by the way, Trump's doing some sort of counter programming tonight, I believe, as well.
Yeah, in Hialeah.
Yeah, it's a rally.
Yep.
All right, let me continue where I left off there, Phil. Go.
But folks, this wasn't my win. This was our victory. It was a victory that sends a loud, clear message. A message that candidates should run for something and not against someone.
By the way, another side note, too, the Republicans in Kentucky, and they really tried to tie Bashir to Biden. There were all kinds of ads running that tied him to Biden.
And it didn't work.
And it still didn't work.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, make that of what you will.
Yep.
That a candidate should show vision and not sow division. And a clear statement that anger politics should end right here and right now. Just look at what we were up against. 5 super PACs. My opponent's super PAC, Mitch McConnell's super PAC, Rand Paul's super PAC, the Club for Growth, the Republican Governors Association, all running ads full of hate and division. And you know what? We beat them all at the same time.
Wow. So a big victory for the Democrats in Kentucky.
It is. I like the way he framed that one position there. He says, "Run for something, not run versus someone." So, like, it's really like having a vision and telling people what your plan is for the future moving forward, and not living in the past or going after one specific person and kind of making it a vendetta, so to speak. And I think this is applicable with 2 Republicans in 2 different ways. One, this is why Chris Christie's got no shot, because his whole campaign is about running against Trump, not running for something, running for the future of America and Republicans. Yet on the flip side, I think it works for Trump because we already know what he has done in office, and he is running versus someone, except the someone is not just Joe Biden. What Trump is running against as far as the someone is the entire establishment, the entire swamp. Everything that they do, all the different institutions working against Republicans in lockstep and conservatives in this country, Trump is running against that because, as he has said in the past, if they can do it to me, they'll do it to you.
Political strategist Frank Luntz, who, by the way, is not a liberal Democrat, declared that former President Trump was the weakest candidate for Republicans to pit against Joe Biden in 2024. He said this on CNBC's Squawk Box yesterday. This is how it sounded. Cut 9, Phil.
You got to be prepared for that.
On this show, I'm prepared for
Very
everything.
quickly before you go, Trump, same story. If Youngkin or somebody else doesn't change this in the next 3 to 4 weeks, it's too late for them too, because this is just about who gets on the ballot.
And did they beat anybody? Beat Biden? Nikki Haley beat Biden?
Yes, she beats Biden. She crushes him. Chris Christie crushes him. Everyone. DeSantis, whose campaign has gone to hell, beats Joe Biden. Donald Trump trumpets his numbers, and they are very good right now. But he's actually the weakest Republican against the Democrats.
All right. Thanks, Frank. Coming up.
So I disagree with that. I think Trump is probably the only one. Because here's the thing. when we talk about conservatism in general, Ron DeSantis is far more conservative than Donald Trump. And we have seen conservatism lose post Roe v. Wade and Dobbs. DeSantis is far more to the right on abortion and other issues. Trump's the only one. Now, you sit there, and I gave the analogy months ago. This had to be in like December or January of last year for the show, where I said it's a lot like, the AFC Championship. Like, well, Joe Burrow can win the Super Bowl, but he's not going to beat Patrick Mahomes in the AFC Championship to get there.
Mhm.
Like, I thought for a while that DeSantis could beat Biden, but he's not going to get the chance to because he can't beat Trump. I'm off of that stance. I think the only guy that, and I'm not saying he will, but I think the only person that can beat Biden is Trump. I do not believe Nikki Haley would beat Joe Biden. I do not believe Chris Christie would beat Joe Biden.
I disagree with you on both of those things.
Really?
I think not DeSantis, but I think Nikki Haley and Chris Christie would beat Joe Biden. Yes, I do.
Okay,
yes,
so
I do believe that.
So Christie, you think Christie because he's more moderate? Is that the
Yes.
key in the path?
Yep.
So, but Nikki
He's pro-choice.
But Nikki
and-
Haley's very conservative.
Yeah, but she had the best. Remember her answer, which was key, and when she gained momentum in the last debate after she answered to the abortion issue, and we talked a lot about that earlier this morning. So she does answer to that. I think the issue with Trump is how much does he polarize? That he triggers people so much that there we know there are those independent candidates that we've talked a lot about, and so would he just trigger people to either come out in droves or vote for one of those alternative candidates?
Right.
And what would that look like? So that these are all the questions.
And I'm going to ask the question, and it's not meant to be sexist, but it's just the reality of the situation. Can Nikki Haley win? I mean, okay, so you gave me some very good reasons. Can you ever envision a female being the United States president? I can't, and I'm not saying that she shouldn't.
Wow.
I just, I don't believe there are enough
Nick
people out
doesn't
there.
like to picture women.
Oh, I love picturing. By the way, do you see the picture of Alina Habba last night that I tweeted at Mar-a-Lago in her bathing suit?
Yeah, yeah. It's almost like she looks like Melania.
Looks nothing like her. Stop it.
Stop.
I think that if anybody would elect the first female president, it would be a Republican president. I actually think for some bizarre reason it's tougher on the Democrat side.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think, could Nikki Haley be that person? Yeah, I do. But I think we live in these strange upside down land times. Look, do I personally hope that it's Donald J. Trump? Yeah. Okay. Personally, I do.
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately, I think everybody in the country needs to think about the fact, who is that person who can bring together the country at a time when we are in tough times.
Yeah.
These are dire times, and leadership, high quality leadership, is critical.
So it's not so much about voting for Trump; it's about voting for somebody that can beat Biden. That's the mindset you have to have, right?
And that's how Democrats think. It's not the conversation essentially that we've had this morning is about the fact that, in truth, Republicans are more principled, and so that's our best quality, and it's our worst quality all at once. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's what makes us, I think, higher quality individuals and voters. At the same time, it makes it tougher to win when you have principles and standards. The Democrats just go for the win every single time. In this day and age,
Because that's all that matters.
I know that in the past we could say this about past Republican. I'm talking about right now. In our day and age, the party of the Democrat, the leadership, they will do anything to win. They always unite around their candidate. They always come together. I remember being, we were in the mornings, and Greg Stocker turned to me, and this was early on, and said, Joe Biden, after Elizabeth Warren, I want to call her mother, America's mother-in-law, right? Elizabeth Warren, after she conceded, they all came together, and they all went with Joe. And people said, wow. The Democrats, they got together, they coalesced, they came up with that. And Greg Stocker turned to me. I was actually in your booth where Anthony Dorenzo is sitting right now.
Yep.
Remember this? And you said Joe Biden will be the next president, Greg. That's what Greg said.
Yep.
And I was like, no way. But he was right. And the reason that Greg was right and called it, and this was like right when they all coalesced.
Mm-hmm.
The reason is that the Democrats pulled together early and quickly,
and
they didn't have all that infighting.
Do you see that happening this time next year in 2024? Is it going to happen again? Because you have to look at the dynamics of the Democratic Party right now. They want Joe out. Gavin's running a shadow campaign. RFK was shunned into independence. You have squad Dems fighting with moderate Dems to the point now, and I know we'll get to the censuring of Rashida Tlaib coming up in a little bit. There are 22 Democrats that have voted to censure her as well. So you look at the Democratic Party right now, and we say they always get it together at the end and they rally behind their person.
They do.
But right now, they got a lot of infighting.
It doesn't matter.
That's true.
It doesn't matter. They will rally around whoever
Yep,
the
at
nominee
the end of the
is.
day.
All right.
They will, and the Republicans won't.
Yep.
They absolutely won't. So
That's right.
you're gonna have these people who are not gonna come out for Trump. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Speaking of Ron, oh, by the way, I wanted to respond to a Facebook message here. Nikki Haley on the discussion of Nikki Haley. Rob M says, if Nikki Haley comes out in support of a pre-15-week abortion limit, that's it. She wins. We talked about this earlier. The 15-week abortion thing was on the ballot
and lost.
Right. It was on the ballot and lost decisively in a red state.
Yeah.
So no, I don't think that's a winning issue for her.
I agree.
So I don't know. I truly believe that, like, if there's any sort of anything but the status quo, meaning 1973 Roe v. Wade, that's not going to be acceptable for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
So make of that what you will, but I just don't think it's a winning issue, and I think the Republicans need to find a way to counter it fast.
Yeah.
Because we're running out of time. It's there's still a year, there's still time, but we're running out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of Ron DeSantis, he was on NBC News yesterday morning with Iowa Republican Governor Kim Reynolds, who endorsed Ron DeSantis.
Mm-hmm.
She says flat out that Trump can't win a 2024 election. Cut 12, Phil, go.
Explaining why she's breaking with the Iowa tradition of staying neutral and endorsing Ron DeSantis.
I just felt like I couldn't sit on the sidelines any longer. We have too much at stake. I truly believe that he is the right person to get this country back on track.
It's arguably the biggest endorsement of the primary and a much-needed win for the DeSantis campaign, which has invested significant time and resources here.
This one's obviously very meaningful because Kim has proven to be a great leader that Iowans love.
With 2 months to go, former President Trump maintains a dominant 27-point lead among likely Iowa caucus goers, with DeSantis and Nikki Haley tied for second.
For those who criticize you and say, why are you endorsing a guy who's been slipping in the polls? Trump is 30 points ahead. What do you say to those critics? I don't base my decision on polls. I take a look at who I believe is the right person for the right job. I believe that Ron is the right person for the right job, and I believe he's going to win.
Do you worry about the risk that she's taking by endorsing you?
No, I don't. I mean, first of all, I respect the fact that that's not her calculation, which is rare amongst elected officials. I've had people come to me and say, that they endorsed him because of the threats and everything like that. If you can look in the mirror and say you did what you think is right for the right reasons, then just let the chips fall where they may.
Mr. Trump was quick to attack Governor Reynolds for her endorsement, calling her America's most unpopular governor.
What is your relationship like now with the former president? Well, I assume it's well, I don't know. I really can't tell you. That's probably a question for him.
Have you spoken with him recently?
No, I haven't.
When's the last time?
Probably the last time he called to ask if I would endorse him, and I said I wasn't at this point.
The question now, if her endorsement of DeSantis will make a difference.
I just hope that it'll help persuade some of those voters to take a look at him closer.
Does it impact my vote? I don't know for sure at this point. He's been on my radar, so maybe I'll feel like I know a little bit more after the debate.
Do you believe Trump can't win?
Yeah, I believe he can't win, and I believe Ron can.
If DeSantis wants to prove Trump is beatable, he'll have to do it here. Dasha Burns, NBC News, Des Moines, Iowa.
Wow, so she's claiming that she shot Trump down for an endorsement. But, is the DeSantis camp really taking a major victory lap over this endorsement?
Just going to say that.
Really?
They make way too big of a deal out of Iowa.
Yeah.
Iowa decides absolutely nothing.
I agree.
It really does.
Nice to have, but geez, NBC framed that like it was the biggest endorsement he could ever possibly imagine to get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's one vote.
I agree.
You know what I mean?
I
So how many people are you really persuading by
Right.
getting the governor of your state to
Mhm.
endorse you? I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I understand in the political world it's a big deal.
Sure.
But I don't know. At the end of the day, does it really mean anything?
No.
I don't know.
I mean, this is where the DeSantis camp is on November the 8th. That, if you would have told me back in May that, they get the Iowa endorsement, I'd be like, okay, well, they probably got to. And now it's like, well, we got the Iowa endorsement. I guess we can hang our hat on that.
Abortion was on the ballot yesterday in Ohio, last night in Ohio. Before the vote went through, Ohio Governor Mike DeWine was on with Caitlin Collins, and they were discussing what's happening in Ohio, what played out. Cut 14, Phil, go.
You're saying it goes too far, that it would allow these late-term abortions. Of course, as you know as well as I do, only about 1% of abortions in the U.S., according to the CDC, happen after 21 weeks. But the language that's actually in this amendment, it's pretty short and straightforward. It says abortion may be prohibited after fetal viability, which, as you know, is generally determined to be around 23 to 24 weeks. So it does say you can prohibit it.
Look, we've talked to constitutional scholars. There's an exception to that, which you have to also know if you're looking at. And the exception says for the health of the mother. Health of the mother has been defined extremely broadly by the United States Supreme Court in an abortion case. And so the exception really takes over everything. And so it would allow an abortion right up until the time of birth. And look, we have experience with this in Ohio. We have a guy by the name of Martin Haskell who developed this partial birth abortion. He's the one who developed it. He basically deliver the baby, kill the baby, deliver it partial away, kill the baby, and then deliver the rest of the baby. We outlawed that in Ohio. We outlawed it nationally for any case involving interstate commerce. But that would certainly be overturned, or very likely be overturned if this constitutional amendment was passed.
You're talking about the health of the mother being broadly determined. I mean, that's a determination that's made by a doctor who they have a duty to follow medical science, do they not?
It's made by the person at the Planned Parenthood clinic who performs abortion after abortion every single day.
Which is a doctor.
So that person is making that decision. If you just let me finish, that person is making that decision. And they're the person who, and there's no, under this, there's absolutely no appeal. If you look at the language in this constitutional amendment, the state may not interfere directly, indirectly, and it goes on, and then it has this huge exception for the health of the mother. And look at the Supreme Court decision that was handed down where they defined health of the mother. They define it as, it could be a question of poverty. It could be a question of, I have too many children. It could be any number of different things. That's what the United States Supreme Court said. And so in all likelihood, that's what we will end up with in Ohio.
So,
Governor,
so we have talked about the, I didn't cut that off, did I?
It's fine.
Okay.
It's fine, yeah.
So we have talked about this being a losing issue for the GOP. I would say this is a double whammy. This is a losing issue strategy-wise for Mike DeWine, the governor of Ohio, to go on with Caitlin Collins on CNN and try to elaborate on his point. Now, she wasn't overly combative and interruptive there, but here's what and this is why I'm telling you this. I'm picturing my mother-in-law watching CNN, watching that show. She's not hearing what Mike DeWine is saying. She's just in her head or saying out loud in front of anybody in the living room that's watching, oh, here's another Republican telling me what I can or can't do with my body. Like, that's the mindset. So it doesn't matter the substance or the validity of what DeWine is saying. That is a tune-out to the female that's watching that show right there.
I agree. And we said this, I don't know if it was yesterday or whatever, these days just all blend together. We said this on the show that these guys, these politicians do themselves no favors by going on the show.
None.
Now that the media feels empowered by this, every single question is going to be on this.
Yep.
So they need to either not go on the shows like we've been saying for the last couple of weeks, or come up with a better answer, because I'm sorry, Mr. DeWine.
I think that's the solution.
That answer ain't cutting it.
Right, because if we're going to sit here and say that Republican voters or listeners or Twitter followers need to get out of their little echo chamber of all like-mindedness, well, then it should apply, I think, for the Republican politicians in office, that they should not just keep placating to the Fox News viewer or the Newsmax viewer. They should go on CNN or MSNBC. But to your point, I think it's part B. It's you better find a better way to do this.
Mangle Mush on the YouTube chat says, my kid is 30. Is it too late to abort?
That's a sin.
I get the sense he's like, my kid's a leech.
Trying to put a little levity in the show.
Love it.
No, and what they do is they're asking, for example, if they made this, even if they wanted to talk about this issue, and for example, if they came up with a different procedure, they talked about a doctor should do it, and we want to get rid of suction abortions. Okay, if that's your talking point, and you make it about the procedure, and then you force Democrats to discuss the actual procedure at so many weeks, but they never do that. They never talk about this. What do? They talk about a woman. That's what they're.
Yeah.
Think about the talking point. So I'm sitting here as a woman. I'm cringing. Like, is this woman? What happened to her? What, you know what I mean? So you're picturing this woman who's in this horrifying situation. The Republicans can never just think, well, how can we pivot on this issue?
Mm-hmm.
Talk about the type of procedure, and that you object to a type of procedure at a certain week. If you get into that. I mean, look, I don't think this issue is ever going anywhere good on the Republican side, but if you're going to talk about it, that's your talking point.
Yep.
Right there.
To be honest with you, I think the Republicans should just completely drop it from their platform, just be done with it and move on to economy, safety, the border, all of that stuff.
Well, that brings us to another issue,
Winning
Greg.
issues.
And the truth is, why won't they? Why is this issue in this day and age when we have a technological, age where we're going to Mars and we're doing all? You know why, Greg? Because they fundraise off of it.
Sure.
Republicans, they're all pimping us. Republicans fundraise off of it. They're killing the babies. And then the Democrats fundraise off of it, right? Oh, they're taking control of your uterus and your body, your choice. They all fundraise over it, and it's easy money. That's why they don't want to solve it. And they're more worried about their fundraiser and their next election than actually solving the problem. That's why.
Yep.
Former Ohio Democratic Representative Tim Ryan was on yesterday. I believe this was CNN. Forgive me if it wasn't. Maybe it was MSNBC. I don't know. He's calling on Joe Biden to drop out of the 2024 election.
Wow, a little Axelrod moment for him.
He's saying that it's the right thing to do. He prefaces this all by saying he's a fan. He thinks he's done a great job, but it's time to move on, basically, from both Trump and Biden, was his point here. I'm going to go cut 8. Phil, go.
I don't think the president should run. I don't think Trump should run. I don't think President Biden should run. We have talent in the Democratic Party. There are some leaders in the Republican Party who are willing to take on the insurrectionists and take on Trump, and I think those candidates should be considered as well. But the whole country wants a move on, and I think that it would be the right thing to do for the president to not run, for him to focus on what's going on in the Middle East, focus on what's going on in Ukraine. He's doing a good job. Focus on the inequality, focus on the inflation, but spend the next 14 months focusing on that and let new candidates emerge in the Democratic Party. I think that would force the hand of the Republicans, because those polls that you showed, a generic Democrat beats Trump 55-45. So what's in the best interest of the country here? And I don't mean to be so frank. I love Joe Biden. He's done a great service to this country. He saved this country by beating Donald Trump. But now it's time for us to just take the next step.
He saved us from Donald Trump. He's done a great job. Give me a break with that. But, I mean, they already have their solution. I mean, we know what the solution is on the left. It's Gavin Newsom. That's why he's over in China. That's why he's running ads in South Carolina. He's running a shadow campaign. And Fetterman's correct when he says, if you're going to do this, just come out and do it and have the guts to do it instead of kind of doing it like a little weasel.
I think you said this earlier, Nick, and I'm just curious your opinion. Do you think that Biden sees the results that happened last night and that kind of says
invigorates him more?
Invigorates him. It says, look, this is I can do this.
We talked about this yesterday. Joe's got a stubbornness to him. He's got a temper to him. I still believe as long as he's living and breathing and all the vital organs are functioning, that he will be the candidate. And he's not going to be coerced or convinced to step aside and cite health or family or anything else. I think this guy has spent his entire life. I love too. He talks about the other benefits of the Biden administration. I'm like, what has Joe Biden done for this country? What has he done the last 3.5 years? I mean,
create a mess.
Create a mess. So I mean, I get who it is and who the message is coming from, but no, I still believe as long as Joe Biden is clinically alive, he'll be there at the end.
You mentioned this earlier. 22 Democrats crossed the aisle to censure Representative Rashida Tlaib.
Yep.
Late last night, 4 Republicans voted against the measure. Tlaib dodged a separate censure attempt last week when the House voted to table a resolution from Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene. The measure accused her of leading an insurrection. The latest resolution introduced by Representative Rich McCormick accused Tlaib of promoting a false narrative regarding the October 7th, 2023 Hamas attacks on Israel and calling for the destruction of the state of Israel. On Friday, Tlaib posted a video featuring pro-Palestinian demonstrators chanting "From the river to the sea," which is regarded as a call for Palestine to stretch from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. The squad was in full effect last night, sticking up for their gal. Let's start with Democratic Rep Cori Bush. Cut 3, go.
St. Louis and I rise today in opposition to this censure resolution and also in opposition to the reckless manner that people in this House speak when they don't realize or don't care that they put targets on the backs of actual people, most of whom are black and brown, because of a lack of care and a lack of understanding and a lack of seeing the humanity of folks who look like Rashida Tlaib. It's outrageous that my colleagues are blatantly attempting to silence the only Palestinian American representative right here. It's outrageous, but it's not surprising. And let me tell you, it's not surprising because this place is where 1,700 members of Congress, this elected body, enslaved black people. It's not surprising because they thought it was right. It's not surprising because this is a place where members continue to claim that the insurrection on the Capitol disappeared to look like a normal tourist visit. It's not surprising because this is the place where our black and brown staff members repeatedly.
She's a tad overweight too. She might want to, curb her yelling so much.
She reminds me of Stacey Abrams.
that wheeze doesn't sound great, sweetie.
This is the place, and let me say this: she mourns for the 1,400 Israelis.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
She mourns for the 10,000, and she will not stop.
She'll continue yelling even when they turn her mic off.
Now, and she takes the death threats that you all said that they.
The gentlelady is no longer recognized. The gentleman from Maryland.
The desire to save lives.
It's all a show.
It's all a
an
show.
Act.
They're all so angry. They're just a vile group of people that I truly believe hate America, but yet they have no problem profiting off of the money they make with all the politics and the everything that goes with it. I would say this too when it comes to these squad Dems, and she's talking about Rashida Tlaib there being censured by 22 Democrats. She's not being censured for the comments of supporting the innocent people in Gaza. She is being censured because since this whole thing exploded 5 weeks ago, she has made it very clear that she is anti-Semitic and hates Israel. And she has basically been a Hamas sympathizer. And we cannot, in the United States government, at any level, have our elected officials that are being paid with taxpayer dollars supporting terrorists. That's why she's being censured. And the tweets and the refusal to take down the tweet. Her, AOC, the whole bunch. They're all losers.
Representative Ilhan Omar also was sticking up for her bud, Rashida Tlaib. If you thought Cori Bush was bad.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Cut 2, Phil, go. Oh, wait, hang on. Start over.
Space button, Jess.
Everybody
Space bar
start
jammed.
over. Everybody start
3, 2,
over.
1.
1, 2, 3, go.
What is true here is that every single one of them has not acknowledged the fact that Palestinians are dying.
Imagine waking up to that every morning.
I was just thinking the same thing.
But we'll continue to say it is us who are not acknowledging humanity. Rashida will stand strong.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Movement
I'm sorry, sweetie. This is a Wendy's.
Until every
Gentlelady's time has expired.
has the right to
Gentleman from Maryland is
There
recognized.
we go.
I mean, if you just look at them, you've got Omar, you've got Tlaib behind her, Bush. Over in the far right corner is the one from Washington. I always forget her name. She always looks like she's like the most pleasant of the bunch until she actually talks, and you can hear the vitriol and rage in her voice. I mean, could you imagine if you were Omar's husband?
Jayapal.
Yeah, Jayapal. Imagine if you're Omar's husband, and she sends you to the grocery store, and she asked you to get skim milk, and you came back with 2%. Can you imagine the rage that she would have?
What is true here is that every single one of them
I'm
has not
I'm sorry.
acknowledged the fact that
I'll go right back. I'm sorry.
Yes.
No, it's fine. No, I get it. I'll just go right back to the.
Do you have your receipt?
No, I'm just. Okay, let me just go back to the store and get. Okay, all right. Yeah, no, you're right. I'll go back to the store. I get you. Yep. Okay, you're right. Absolutely. Okay.
Can you imagine the way she would act if you rolled over at 4 in the morning and tried to give her a jump?
No. Oh, why do you have to go there? Why do you have to go there?
She would wake you up in a heartbeat, screaming hysterically, waving her finger at you. She makes AOC seem like a Disney character.
Insurrectionist Jamal Bowman also spoke up for his fellow squad member Tlaib. He said this, cut 11.
This body needs empathy and compassion for all people.
They all
not
yell.
just people
Every
that
one of them
look
yells.
like
Mhm.
the majority of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. And maybe because of your lack of diversity, you lack the cognitive and emotional ability to recognize diverse opinions when they speak truth to power. And you absolutely need to open up your mind to other people and other experiences.
Is there a fire alarm in
especially when they
here?
are Muslim and when they are women and when they are people of color. You had a member of your party
Oh, boy.
call my colleague a terrorist,
Okay.
and you didn't censor her.
They sound like the crazy people on the street, you know, when you walk by.
Your
And,
interpretation of words.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair.
And they're all, and this is the only time you will ever see a squad dem laugh or smile is when one of them are up there going off like that, and then they're in the background giggling.
Yep.
They're just a sophomoric group of just bitter, like, and they found their niche, like they found that that segment of the population that feels like they do.
Yep.
And then they bring that right into DC.
one more, and then we'll get to Mr. Tony Bruno. Rashida Tlaib took to the stage then and finally spoke. She started crying because of her censure. Cut 1, Phil, go.
And anti-Semitism makes us all less safe and worried that your own child might suffer the horrors that 6-year-old Wadia did in Illinois. I can't believe I have to say this, but Palestinian people are not disposable.
Keep selling it. Sounds like me on the treadmill.
We are human beings, just like anyone else. My city, my grandmother, like all Palestinians, just wants to live her life with freedom and human dignity we all deserve.
Tap on the shoulder. It'll be okay. Jenna.
Speaking up to save lives, Mr. Chair, no matter faith, no matter ethnicity, should not be controversial in this chamber. The cries of the Palestinian and Israeli children sound no different to me. Why? What I don't understand is why the cries of Palestinians sound different to you all. We cannot lose our shared humanity, Mr. Chair.
Oh boy, okay.
You know, where was that sympathy and emotion for all the Israeli children that were slaughtered by Hamas that had nothing to do with this? And by the way, let's see, this is what they have done. They've tried to muddy the water and say that we're all against the people of Palestine. Nobody is advocating for innocent Palestinian people to be murdered.
There is no Palestine, by the way.
Well, I know, but you know what I'm talking about. See, this is all this minutia of what people. So so send your emails and your tweets. I don't care. You know what I'm talking about. Nobody is saying that any innocent. How about this? Nobody is saying any innocent Arabs should be killed. But we should exterminate Hamas as the terrorists. That's the difference here. It's just like sitting here saying that nobody is saying we should be going after any other group of innocent people, but the bad people need to be disposed of.
Also, if the Palestinian people don't support Hamas, then shouldn't they be like happy that
it's a great point.
The Israeli forces are trying to liberate them and exterminate that oppressive quote unquote government?
Right.
I mean, you would think that, right? Like welcome them in. Okay, great. Get rid of them.
And then also, somebody should actually ask Rashida Tlaib this question. Why is it that not any other bordering nation in the Middle East wants to take these people in as refugees? Why is that? Ask her that question and ask her for a legitimate answer, not a political pivot, but why does America have to be the shelter and camp of groups of people from all over the globe that are not welcomed in their own region? Why? Why do we have to always be the Motel 6 for everybody else?
Also, nukes, which Israel didn't use, also they gave them about, a 2-week head start and said, hey, we're going to bomb the ass out of this area, so you might want to get out of here.
Right. All right.
That's usually not what genocidal forces do.
That was correct.
All right.
All right. That'll do it for the cut sheet part 1. Well, I was ready to pull the fire alarm if we didn't get through the squad quicker.
I'm sorry.
Is there a fire alarm around that I can pull?
I don't know.
And Jamal Bowman wasn't going to pull one there.
Why don't you ask Tony?
He was loving that. Let's go to Florida. Speaking of fire alarms, it's always warm down there. The great Tony Bruno is with us for his weekly appearance live from the great state of Florida. You can follow him on Twitter at Tony Bruno Nation. What up, yo?
Cool.
We don't have the audio or the video of Tony.
Oh, great.
It's been a smooth operation. Here comes Dorenzo running. Dorenzo's running like somebody did pull the fire alarm. So we want to go to the big 3 here, or should we take a break and then we'll get Bruno? I knew this was going to happen.
I hope he washed his hands. Was he running from the bathroom?
I don't know. It could be a Bruno thing. It might not be our fault. You never know. Now, I see Bruno, but I don't hear him.
Can you see me now?
There we go. Look at
Hello,
that.
I've been sitting
there
here.
we go.
I've been sitting here since 3 o'clock this morning. I'm so sad.
What's going on, man?
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, I
Good.
can hear you.
There's Robin in the background, still has her pajamas
Hey,
on.
Robin.
I got up at 2 o'clock this morning. I was so outraged. It's not about elections. It's about the Flyers losing to the San Jose Sharks for the first win of the season, Nick. And you're worried about the squad?
I buried the
It's about
lead.
Jason Kelsey not winning People Magazine's Sexiest Man of the Year award announced on the Jimmy Kimmel show last night. I couldn't sleep after that. That McDreamy guy won.
Yeah.
But
And by the way,
he's one of the
People
sexiest.
Magazine is still a thing.
Other than that,
And how about you talk about election upsets? How about Virginia porn nurse Susanna Gibson?
Yeah.
did she win?
No.
No, she lost.
No,
Like-
she
like
got pounded,
destroyed.
demolished.
She got
She
pounded.
left many of her voters limp. All of her, she had
You want to pound it? You can.
5,770
And then
chatterbait.
do like a dry rub.
Chatterbait followers. If those 577 people, the Chatterbait followers who watched her and her husband, had only kind of shown up to vote, she could have been the mayor of Philadelphia, including whatever the hell she was running for in Virginia.
All right, we got a lot to get into. There's so
And
much.
by the way, I just want to say this.
Yeah.
After this segment, I'm going to go from the Caloosahatchee River to the Caribbean Sea. And I hope everybody's okay with that.
Absolutely. I know you're fired up about politics, so let's start there. We'll get to the Eagles later for sure.
Let's get it back to the Eagles.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. no,
Let's
we'll
get
do
it
that
back to the Eagles. Your thoughts on just the way things played out last night? We saw Kentucky, we saw Virginia, we saw Ohio. Democrats winning there. We saw in New Jersey. We saw obviously the mayor's race here in Philadelphia was over before it started. Even the school districts with Bucks County. Your thoughts on once again the Republicans dropping the ball?
Well, Republicans are extinct. In case this just in, the Republican Party in Philadelphia has been extinct since 1952.
That's true.
So that's breaking news. The other thing is, these off-year elections. Listen, I'm happy for Sherelle Parker because anybody with a pulse would be better than Jim Kenney.
True.
The Columbus statue would have been a better candidate than Jim Kenney. And the other thing, speaking of off-year elections, it's because the off-year elections are the reason that Larry Krasner swept in the middle of the night with a few people voting and nobody paying attention and won the DA's race. Because in off-year elections, these people get in. Krasner had a bunch of I remember walking around the Temple campus in Drexel. All these college kids had Larry Krasner posters in their windows. They were the ones who voted for Krasner when nobody else showed up to vote two elections ago when Larry Krasner got in. And then he wins re-election, just like Jim Kenney, because the city only votes one way. And I love the fact that these Kendra Brooks and these people are like, we're going to kick all the Republicans out of city council. What Republicans in city council? There was one. It was David O., and he got out to run for mayor and had no shot from Jump Street. So anybody who thinks, again, I don't care who you vote for. We know how it works in Philadelphia. You know, and then you got Josh Shapiro who thinks he's going to run for president. And then here's the bigger story. Out in California, I have outside sources. This is a big story. Mark this down. Mark the tape on this November 7th, or the 8th now. It's Wednesday. On this Wednesday, November 8th, I want you to remember, write it down. Write it down right now.
I'm writing it down. I'm grabbing my pen right now, sir.
Before the end of the year, I'm saying, but when the new year turns to 2024, Gavin Newsom, because I'm hearing now from my sources out in California that Gavin Newsom's ratings have gone down. I mean, he doesn't even have 50% approval in California, but all he does on Twitter and in social media, he went to China, he went to Israel. He's congratulating all these Democrats who won. I'm hearing that Joe Biden and the Vice President Kamala Harris are going to go to California soon and sit down with Newsom. This is the exit strategy for Joe Biden. They know Joe Biden's not going to run. And so what happens? They're going to go out there because Biden's not going to run and Kamala Harris can't possibly be the number one candidate. So they're going to make a deal. Gavin Newsom's going to be the Democratic candidate, and Kamala Harris will reluctantly, but she has to because she has no shot of winning as a president, as the top of the ticket. It'll be Gavin Newsom and Kamala Harris running for the office. Absolutely stone cold lead pipe lock. Write that down in ink. There will be no bigger guarantee in politics at the national level for 2024 than Gavin. He's been auditioning for it since he went when Joe was out of town and he went to Washington and was measuring the drapes at the White House. I mean, it's the biggest. I mean, you just look at his Twitter feed. And yesterday, a poll came out that half of the people in California don't think he's doing a good job there.
Yep.
But let's get this guy to run for president. You know, he's got the beautiful hair and he's another phony. But I guarantee you, Gavin Newsom's going to be the guy. Everybody's talking about Michelle Obama and Hillary Clinton coming back. That's not going to happen.
Exactly.
It will be Gavin Newsom. You could, if you could bet on it right now, if you can go to the casinos, and we don't have the betting yet, but it's coming soon to the Indian reservations down here in Florida. As I want to thank Elizabeth Warren for getting the Hard Rock casinos to get betting down here in Florida on December 7th, a date that will live in infamy here in South Florida and all over Florida. We will have gambling at the casinos thanks to the Seminole Indian tribe and Elizabeth Warren, who pushed this right through in the middle of the night when no one was watching.
Exactly. Tony Bruno joining us live from the great state of Florida. You want to talk about a certainty and taking things to the bank. You're absolutely correct with that breakdown you just gave. But the other guarantee is tonight for the third RNC debate. This is going to be a total waste of time. Tony, I would actually argue that the third preseason game for the NFL in August has more meaning than this third RNC debate will have tonight with 5 individuals that will not win the nomination. So what exactly are we doing in Miami tonight?
I have no idea what I'll be watching sports. I'm doing my show.
Sixers and Celtics.
The Sixers and Celtics tonight, the Flyers. I mean, that's a big story. I don't know how you didn't mention the Flyers losing. And the Sharks had not won a game since April. And then the Flyers go in there. They couldn't get in because of weather the other night. So they get in there, they play the Sharks, and they lose a game in San Jose. I mean, this city's a disaster right now. I don't know how we're going to get out of this. Luckily, the Sixers are playing well. Cowboy fans are still crying about losing. And now ESPN Analytics has the Philadelphia Eagles with the best record in the NFL at 8-1 as the 7th best team in the NFL. The 7th best team. And they also have Dak Prescott rated ahead of Jalen Hurts. So analytics, that's why people don't pay attention to analytics. Where can you put anything into a computer and come out that the Eagles are the seventh best team in the NFL when they have an 8-1 record and have the toughest schedule in the NFL? That's the kind of outrage I want to hear people in the streets today. Nobody gives a crap about these city council seats and all these other nonsensical things. I'm happy for Sherelle Parker. But if anybody thinks some council person at large is going to fix the city at this stage, I got some swampland to sell you here in Florida, which is going pretty well right now since everybody's trying to move here, including all the people from California that Gavin Newsom is chasing the hell out of there.
Exactly. And you're not trying to drain that swamp, are you, Tony?
No, I need the swamp. We need the alley. Well, the only reason we should drain it is to get all those stupid pythons out of there.
Exactly.
You know, we got a python infestation down here.
Oh,
they pay people to go out into the swamps in the Everglades to catch pythons. Yes. Now, I have pythons here, but these are not the ones we're talking about. You know, not my pipes
Right.
Not those pipes.
What you talking about, brother?
Not your 24-inch pythons, Mean Gene. All right, I got one more for you in politics, and then we got to get to the Eagles, the Sixers, and all the good stuff going on in this city that is actually not salvageable because it's really good, and they're a winning product right now. But I started this morning, and you're a perfect person to ask about this. Jim Jordan just released the censorship industrial complex of how the government and all the different agencies colluded with Stanford University to squash free speech leading up to the 2020 election. You have been on the receiving end of being silenced and censored and canceled on Twitter. So are you surprised the levels to which these people went? I mean, they were one of your favorite accounts is the Babylon Bee. They even shut down the Bee, which is a parody site, Tony.
Right, I know. And the sad thing about the Babylon Bee, which I lost them as a follower when they scrapped my account. I was like 78 people that the Babylon Bee was following.
Yep.
And now I'm not being followed by the Babylon Bee anymore, which is a bigger outrage than any of the election results, including my friend down there, Susanna Gibson in Virginia, the Chatterbait couple. I can't believe she lost. If anybody should have won,
I agree.
It was a shoo-in. It was a lock. It should have been her.
Exactly.
Well, it's closer. It's closer now, so it's closer than anybody thought. So
they're getting some Chatterbait late votes coming in. By the way, the Virginia situation, the Kentucky situation, there was a gas leak. You know, we had water leaks in Georgia. Remember, we had all the votes coming in with the windows closed in 2020. Now, remember yesterday, not only do we have problems in Pennsylvania with the machines, shocking that Pennsylvania, remember when we used to mock Florida for their stupid hanging chads and all the other archaic systems that they had in Florida for voting?
Yep.
Florida now runs better elections than Pennsylvania, New York, most of these other big states. How about that?
That's 1,000% correct. Now you're spot on.
And now then Josh Shapiro's on Twitter talking about how great everything went. And if you see any election improprieties, how about looking at your machines, Josh? How about looking at the fact that the state of Pennsylvania right now is probably the epicenter of corrupt, not only machines, but corrupt politics, and take a bow over that one, pal. That'll get you the run for the White House. Anybody thinks Josh Shapiro is presidential material is obviously at K&A walking around like a zombie. And by the way, I think we have a great idea for empty buildings, and I want to try to help the economy.
Yeah,
guys.
what do we got?
Since abortion is now a big deal, I believe that all those empty businesses in Center City, Philadelphia, we need to have a new business opportunity. We should have abortion clinics and safe injection sites in one location now. So you can go in and do both. You want to get rid of a baby, you have like the Starbucks or Wawa's. There's got to be one every couple of blocks, because there's no doubt that the most important thing for a lot of women apparently is what they call reproductive health care, in quotations. Reproductive health care. Abortion is not reproductive health care. You know what else isn't gender affirming care is not gender affirming care. You know what gender affirmation is? Look down and see what you have down. That's how I reaffirm my gender. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I don't need to go to a doctor to know what I am. And if you want to use your pronouns, go right ahead.
Not for nothing, Tony, but that's That's mean to say. I mean, poor Chris Christie. He looks down.
Oh,
he can't see anything.
Sloppy Chris Christie.
Dawn.
Well, that's
I
just...
hope they have a buffet. The only way I'd watch this debate tonight on NBC is if they had a buffet and they had an eat-off. Maybe like a wing bowl. Bring back wing bowl and see who can eat more wings tonight on NBC.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. You know what I have as a dark horse candidate if you're betting on this thing tonight?
Who's that? Oh, my God.
Oh, no.
Lester Holt. I think Lester Holt can put down 50 wings during this debate tonight. And then more people would watch. They should promote it.
Yeah.
They should promote this.
I would rather see Chris Christie at Wing Bowl with Angelo Cataldi than watching this tonight.
I'm trying to help NBC, okay?
Exactly.
I mean, they have a hard time determining whether a Jewish man hit his head and fell during or was murdered.
I know.
The coroner said that the guy was murdered.
Yep.
And the media, all ABC, NBC, Politico, they all have the same lie headline.
Mm-hmm.
And that's who I hate the most.
Yep.
What happened to our medium business? The media is the most corrupt part of our entire organization in this country, America. And until the media is respected again, which it shouldn't, they have a lot of explaining to do. Because to me, these are the people that are influencing the elections and are sticking up for corrupt politicians on both sides.
Exactly.
If we had a legit media right now, none of this crap would be happening. People wouldn't be listening to all this junk and going on Twitter and seeing, you could see who's paid to pimp political parties. And I've never taken a dime from any politician, and I never will. Even if they gave me $1 million, I would not go out and pimp a politician. Now, I'd pimp myself, but then again, I don't have $1 million.
Tony Bruno's live with us, fired up on a Friday, which, by the way, on a Wednesday, I should say.
Yes.
And don't forget, too, the Tony Bruno Sports Network has launched. And so I don't want you to, basically spill your bucket here, Bruno.
Uh-oh.
You got to recalibrate for 3 p.m. today. You got 3 hours of sports talk coming up.
I got 3 hours of sleep last night, and I'm ready to go all day now.
You're bringing
There's
the
no stopping here now.
Yeah.
I had 1 cup of coffee.
Yep.
I'm not on any amphetamines or any kind of speed. I'm high on life. I'm feeling reinvigorated, regenerated, and all those other things that you redo.
Exactly.
And I'm
right.
not. So just call balls and strikes. It's actually right. Media should just call balls and strikes.
Yep. You're
like
right.
umpires do, or like NFL officials do on Sundays when every team in football complains that the officials cost them the game. At
That
least
is correct.
everybody in watching sports can all agree the officials always cost your team the game when you lose.
Yep.
We can all agree on that.
I would agree. Let's talk about dudes and balls for a couple of minutes, shall we, Tony Bruno? I mean, you talk about the perfect week for the bye coming for the Eagles. All of these
Absolutely.
injuries. Dallas Goedert shattered his forearm. Bradbury and Slay go down late in the game. I mean, the Eagles basically did everything possible to gift wrap that game to the Cowboys, and still Dak Prescott came up small again.
Yes, he did. And these get-up shows, all these ESPN shows. Listen, I don't hate Dak Prescott. The guy's a good quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
But the guy came up, that the story of the Dallas Cowboys, and I know it's tough being a quarterback in Dallas. I mean, my 3 favorite quarterbacks of all time in Cowboy history, you got to go back to Roger Staubach,
Yep.
then Troy Aikman,
Yep.
and then Babe Laufenberg.
Oh, the
to me,
great
those
Babe.
are my 3 favorite Cowboy quarterbacks because Tony Romo, was a good quarterback, but he didn't do anything.
Nope.
And now, Dak Prescott has a lot of pressure, and he played well against the Eagles because he had guys wide open all day and was hitting them. But at the bottom line is the Eagles hand-delivered that game. They had guys go out. Dallas Goedert had his arm twisted, and you could see it. He was bleeding. That means the bone had to come out of his wrist, out of his forearm when he was tackled that way.
Mm-hmm.
And so that situation there, I mean, you're right. The Eagles need help. But Dallas Goedert loss is going to be huge because it was a huge loss for them during the game because once he went out, they had no way to run the football effectively, and that's why they couldn't get first downs and allow the Cowboys to come into the game.
Yep.
And so that's the bottom line. But Dak Prescott, he's a good quarterback. But people saying that Dak Prescott is the best quarterback in the NFC or in the NFL right now, he's 5-3.
Yeah, not even close. Not even
close.
Yep.
I said this on my show yesterday. I'm glad that we have 2 African-American quarterbacks in this debate right now Because imagine if one guy was white and the other guy was black.
Mm-hmm.
People would be taking signs. Jamel Hill would be writing diatribes. All the ESPN talking heads would be screaming.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, come on, man.
Yep.
But the Eagles, I said it, I tweeted it during the game. If I don't have a heart attack watching the Eagles play this year, well, I already had one, but I haven't had a relapse. That's why I have nitroglycerin next. I have to have my nitroglycerin pills out when I watch the Eagles play now. Nothing's easy. Nothing's easy.
Yes, indeed. All right, 855-839-1210 if you want to maybe ask Tony Bruno a question, because he can answer anything right about now. He's got the solution for everything ailing our society today.
I'm just here to try to fix all that's broken in broadcasting and in our great nation, America.
Yes, indeed. You and I are not guys to sit here and advocate for the National Basketball Association, nor do we watch it before Christmas or on Christmas Day. But Tony Bruno, tonight the 5-1 Celtics take on the 5-1 Sixers. You talk about addition by subtraction. Now, I know it's only 6 games and it's the stinking NBA, but they've looked pretty good without James Harden.
Absolutely. No, I mean, they picked up some pieces around him. James Harden had his debut and they lost. And again, you move on in this city. When somebody leaves, we move on. And I think James Harden moving on was a good move for the Sixers, and they got some people in return, and they're playing well. But to show you how concerned the NBA is, they wait 1 week into the start of a season when everybody's getting ready. So they start the season, they play 1 week, and then decide, people are bored with this. We have to wait till Christmas Day when the NBA season officially starts. Even they acknowledge that people lose interest after the first week of the NBA season, and they want to. And then Christmas Day, they trot out all these games. Right now, they're trying this tournament thing, which they use in the English Premier League. Is it going to work? I don't know, but it helps. It helps the unemployment situation because now we need more people to paint all the floors for this stupid tournament. Do you see what they do? They have like dark paint on both sides. It looks like a runway at some sort of a fashion show, middle of the court. Watch these courts. No, I'm not running for president. So please do not, even if you write me in, I will not serve. I will not have sexual relations with that woman, even if I'm nominated. And I will not watch the debate tonight unless there's a buffet. That's it. An open bar. An open bar.
All right. Tony Bruno, great stuff as always. I want you to go put your brain on ice for the next 6 hours until the show starts at 3 o'clock today.
I'm gonna try to take a nap, which is impossible because 3 hours sleep. Now I told you I went to sleep at 11. At 2 o'clock I got up.
Wow.
And I started worrying. I was trying to get late election results. I was worried about the gas leak in Kentucky, which caused the voting to stop until they can find another $100,000 votes.
Yep.
100,000 votes.
Wow.
To get that Bashir guy over the top.
That's right. All right, man.
No, I'm not I don't want to be written in. I don't want to be written up, written in, or anything else that involves writing.
What are you reading the comments on YouTube?
Exactly.
You love reading the comments. You always do.
Shelley McDonald, all the great people listening in the mornings here. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you. Good stuff, man. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
See you, man.
Let's go Sixers and let's go Flyers.
And let's go
Actually,
Brandon.
no, the Flyers are done. We can't talk about it.
Love you, Tony. Love you, Robin.
Bye, Tony. Bye,
Love you
Robin.
guys.
There he is. The great Tony Bruno, fired up, ready to go. By the way, if you haven't downloaded his app, it's the Tony Bruno Sports Network. You can download it anywhere you download your apps and hear him go off for 3 hours a day. He was talking sports, politics. He like what we do right there. He's doing that now for 3 straight hours.
He's so funny.
I love those segments because they literally span if you don't like that we're talking about sports in 10 seconds, we'll
He's
talk
gonna
about
pivot.
something
Yeah.
else. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, it's great. By the way, all the people watching right now on YouTube, if you have not done so yet, please hit the subscribe button. We want to get to 5,000 subscribers by Thanksgiving. So please go to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the like button right now if you're watching. Please get us over the top. Please get us to 5,000 subscribers. We want to get there by Thanksgiving, so do it now.
That is correct. All right, 855-839-1210 is the number. Do we have to do a big 3 here? Or
No. We should do it at 9.
Okay, so we'll come back.
Sorry, Don.
We'll kick off the 9 o'clock hour with the big 3, and then I have the video of the unhinged Democrat from Virginia yesterday. This went viral on social media. There was a Republican individual trying to hand out, little pamphlets and brochures, like you always see at your favorite or your local precinct where you show up to vote. And this Democrat in Virginia just goes absolutely off on this poor man. And I have no idea what caused this, but they say that the Republicans are the ones that are threats. Okay, so we'll play that for you when we come back after Dawn's Big Three. 9 o'clock hour is next. Kayal and Company live here on this Wednesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As the weather gets colder, the NFL offers stay hot on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. I said earlier I'm going with San Francisco with the money line against Jacksonville on Sunday at minus 164. Place a $5 bet on that, and you can win $150 in bonus bets if you win. $150 in bonus bets. Come on. You can't beat that. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg, and sign up right now. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT and is the official partner of the NFL. 21 and over, President PA. First online to run money wager, only $5 pregame money line wager required, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Rescue Natural Supplements' unprecedented Black Friday sale is back again this year. The savings are bigger and better than ever. Right now, they're slashing prices on all supplements with discounts ranging from 50 to an incredible 80% off the total cost. Rescue has a wide array of products to address your health needs, including immunity, cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. It's 50% off omega-3s, probiotics, and so much more. And one more thing. This Rescue Black Friday sale will run the entire month of November. So shop today at res-q.com, res-q.com, or call a Rescue Product Consultant 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are 50 to 80% off during the entire month of November. So why wait? Start shopping at res-q.com today or call 800-26-ALIVE.
If you have Medicare plan questions and are turning 65 and getting inundated by mail and phone calls, learn the A, B, C, and D's of Medicare. Let the Senior Store answer all of your questions. Get your free evaluation today by visiting the Enrollment Center. Call a local Senior Store licensed agent at 877-YOU-LEARN-65 or by setting up an in-home visit. That's 877-YOU-LEARN-65 or visit theseniorstore.com. Enrollment starts October 15th. Not affiliated with the U.S. government or federal Medicare program.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
It's Chip Snapper's Tap Room.
By the way, the girls on the avenue wanted me to let you know that even though the Phillies didn't go all the way this year, they will, and it'll only cost you about $11.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Sellersville Theater Saturday, November 18th for 2 shows, 5 p.m. and 8 p.m. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
The future of joint pain relief is right here in Philadelphia. It's QC Kinetics, advanced regenerative medicine. This is amazing. If you've been told more steroids or surgery are your only options, just hold up a second and get a second opinion. Learn more about how you can harness your body's own healing agents which attack that joint pain. I'm talking lasting relief. QC Kinetics, they don't mask the pain. That's not what this is about. These treatments go to the very core of the problem using concentrated healing properties placed directly into your aching joint, which restore and repair that damaged tissue. How does that sound? I've been to the King of Prussia QC Kinetics, but they're all across our region. And I want you to think about this. Just walking around on a beautiful sunny day, biking, golfing, no more pain in your knees, your hips, your aching shoulder, your back. No drugs, no downtime, no surgery. Especially heading into the holiday season, think about life and moving again and QC Kinetics, which is going to get you moving again and really giving people their lives back with these all-natural treatments. Just call them. They're local medical professionals. Get a free consultation today. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, QC Kinetics. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It is Kayal and Company as we continue live this morning, 9:01, fourth and final hour on this Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. The Morning Mystery Movie clip coming up in less than 20 minutes. Another clip, another chance for a great prize, as well as What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2, What's on Tap for the Dawn Show, Who on Twitter and YouTube today. That's still all on the way. Also, this finger-wagging Dem who showed up to vote in Virginia yesterday, in Arlington, curses out and loses it. I mean, this was, if you saw this going viral on social media yesterday, this is what a lot of people were talking about. As he goes off, this man goes off on another man who's just a GOP poll worker, and this guy was on the receiving end of one of the most, I think, disturbing, aggressive, I mean, not even borderline uncomfortable. It was uncomfortable tirades that you will see in just a nice little neighborhood on the sidewalk of the corner of where somebody's showing up to vote. So we will get you that in a couple of minutes. And then also tonight, the third Republican debate, third RNC primary debate, as 5 GOP candidates will face off in Miami, as Donald Trump will counter that with a rally of his own. So we'll touch on that as well. Not sure that much needs to be said, but we'll try to find what might be at stake and what some of these candidates could hope to accomplish, and we'll do that coming up in just a few minutes. But let's get to the news. We didn't have it in the 8 o'clock hour, but we do here in the 9 o'clock hour. It's time for Dawn Stensland's Big Three at 9.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
Yes, on this 51-degree sunny day, 70 tomorrow. So Democrats taking a victory lap today. Republicans in general, not so much. We've talked a lot about Philadelphia, new historic mayor, first woman, Sherelle Parker, her victory speech as she talks about being tough on crime. But let's talk about the suburbs, where, in fact, the Penridge School Board will see a major shakeup in January. We haven't even discussed this one. So all of these results, by the way, are unofficial that we've talked about this morning because, of course, they have to be rubber stamped or, verified officially by the Bucks County Board of Elections. But showing ultimately that the Democrat slate of candidates winning all 5 open seats on the school board in last night's election, upending, this is Penridge, upending the Republicans' 8-1 majority on the board. So these were hotly contested races, very expensive races ultimately. And what was on the ballot here was about kindness. And what they claimed was an effort to bully those in the LGBTQ community and to ban the books.
Okay.
And here in another spot in Bucks County, we see that this was not a winner of an issue for Republicans.
Did I hear you correctly that Republicans had an 8-1 advantage and still lost? Is that what you said?
Had an 8-1 majority on the board.
Oh, okay.
The Bucks County Board of Elections.
Okay, I was thinking registered voters for a second and still lost.
I'm talking about Penridge School Board.
Gotcha.
and this, and this one, the Bucks County Board of Elections.
All right.
So that's this, because we talked about Bucks County a lot. We talked about Montgomery County, the sweep, Josh Shapiro, of course. This was a big night for Josh Shapiro. No matter what Tony Bruno says, Josh Shapiro was out campaigning a lot, and he was in Montgomery County all day yesterday, and working with those, and they're all doing the victory lap today. And as well, Republican truck driver, our friend Ed, the truck driver, he was upset and remember, he upset New Jersey Senate President powerhouse Steve Sweeney. That was a shocker to everybody in 2021. Well, now in this one, Republican truck driver Ed Durr, is defeated.
Should have come on the Matt Rooney show. Hey.
He had the invite on that Sunday in May, right?
He had the invite. Yeah. He didn't go on. So sorry.
Well, even if you didn't, because none of the if I'm going to be consistent, and I've consistently said, why would Trump, for example, be on tonight in Miami? He's doing a counter program until they whittle the numbers down or whatever. But traditionally, do the incumbents take on in a debate? I think they don't, in truth. But should he have come on all of our shows? Did we know that this was going to happen? We didn't. We didn't think all of this. They're calling it a blue wave, nationally and locally, a blue wave for Democrats.
Oh, great. So the red one that didn't come to fruition, it was bad. It was bad. Now we'll have to sit through the blue wave that's a certainty to actually happen.
An incumbent president who is also, according to the polls, unpopular.
Yes.
And
blue waves are coming.
The Republicans could not capitalize on that. It's really...
It's embarrassing.
It's malpractice is what
Thank
it is.
you.
It is. How does Ronna McDaniel keep her job? Honest to God. I mean, if that is any other profession, in any other walk of life, to be this inept and lose this many times, whether you're a salesperson not hitting your goal, whatever job you might have, you would be fired. If you were a coach and you lost 72% of your games, you would be fired. Heck, some of these coaches have contracts that are guaranteed and they get paid millions of dollars to go away because they're so bad. We'll pay you to sit at home.
Yep.
And Ronna McDaniel is like Teflon Don. Remarkable.
Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, as far as Durr's opponent who won, Democrat John Berzicelli, he's a 10-term assemblyman, mayor of Paulsboro, so well-known and popular, but his campaign was all about abortion, women's health, reproductive rights, etc. That was his campaign. So it was winning in South Jersey here. And we've talked a lot about President Joe Biden's low poll numbers. That was not the talking point. And so here we go again. Number 3, I just want to escape, if I may, the elections.
Yeah, we're going. Where are we escaping to? We going to Italy?
Let's think
go
about.
to Italy,
I know.
Dawn.
Can we play? No, seriously. I'm thinking of that song. I'm too sexy for my. Seriously,
Right said
congratulations, right, to Jason Kelsey. Even though he didn't get the actual award, he did get.
He was a finalist.
The finalist.
A
He's
participation
a runner-up.
trophy.
Yeah,
He's
he's
a finalist.
He's like Chris Christie at the debate tonight. He's
No,
one of 5.
Ew.
He got a participation trophy,
No.
so therefore yuck.
I think it's great that they recognize the great. I think Jason Kelsey's sexy.
Do we have
I think
the
he should have
list?
won sexiest man alive.
Do we know what the finalists were? I know Travis Kelsey has to be in there, right? How can he not be? If you're dating Taylor Swift, you have to be on that list, I would assume.
But I think it's funny that actually Jason beats out his brother, I guess.
Wait, so Travis was not a finalist?
Well-
I saw our station down the hallway tweeting out that Jason Kelsey was a finalist.
What were the top?
It was McDreamy. Who's that? That's
Oh.
McDreamy.
Yeah, what's his name?
I don't know. What's his real name? Does it say?
Patrick or something.
Patrick Mahomes?
No, he's not an athlete. What the heck's his name?
Oh,
I'm trying to find
okay.
it.
I thought this was
Patrick Dempsey.
Oh,
Pedro Pascal, who I do love.
okay.
Timothée Chalamet, Usher, Jamie Foxx, Lenny Kravitz, and the winner is Patrick Dempsey.
So they lumped in Jason Kelsey with Usher and Lenny Kravitz.
Yeah, I mean that's got to be a joke, right? I mean, come on. There's no way he is competing with them.
Right. I don't know if Jason Kelsey was competing in the world's sexiest caveman contest if he would prevail. Yeah, no, not my style to judge men on their physical appearance and determine what's sexy or what's not. But I'm not sure that Jason Kelsey really resonates with many females.
I think that you just brought up a good point. What makes a man sexy.
Uh-oh, here we
I
go.
think what makes a man sexy is that
Crying to mommy.
No, he's not crying to anybody.
Well, that's the case, then Caleb Williams would win.
That's what it was a joke from yesterday.
Jason Kelsey is he is a high quality, high character man, and loves his wife, loves his family. Happy birthday, happy 36th birthday this past Sunday. What a gift to be Dallas. But no, I think what makes a man sexy, I think that he's the epitome of a sexy man.
You like
He's
that.
a high quality man.
Enough with the Kelseys.
You like the grungy beard guy, huh?
I do.
Enough with the Kelseys.
I agree.
Seriously.
They're reaching Manning level.
Yeah. It's just
I agree.
Enough with them.
I
all right?
agree.
Stop. And he raises money, tons of money for autism, donates his time. He's a great guy.
He's a great human being.
Is the Kelsey cast coming next?
They're
Instead of
cute.
Manning
I
cast?
listen. You know what? I listen to their I watch their podcast. I love them. They're adorable.
You can have him. I just want him to protect Jalen Hurts. That's all.
Exactly.
Just do your job.
Just do your job.
Yeah.
That's all we care about.
Exactly right. Which he does. He's a great player.
And by the way, for all the people out there, look, I can't believe you guys are saying this. We discussed on the show months ago that Jason Kelsey is probably the most beloved Philadelphia athlete of all time.
Yeah.
So
he's certainly in the mix.
And we love him.
We're not hating. We don't love him, but I'm just saying he's the most beloved Philadelphia athlete of all time.
Yeah.
I love him and his wife Kylie. I think they're great. Didn't she have a baby during a game? I'm being sarcastic. All right, did I have a I didn't have a sponsor.
I have
so
no idea, Dawn. It's not my
that's
job
the
to
big
keep
three,
track of them.
people.
It's yours.
That's the big three.
That's the big
all right?
three. We're done with the big three.
We're done.
We're done with the Kelseys. We're done with the Mannings. We're done with Bruno. We're done with all of it. And I'm almost done with the RNC debate, but it's my job to watch it tonight, and damn it, it's going to be the big take tomorrow. So let's have a little conversation about this because we'll try to make sense if there's anything worth watching tonight and anything to accomplish. So for those that are still open to other options, not named Donald J. Trump, those options would be Chris Christie, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, Tim Scott, and Vivek Ramaswamy. And I just want to work in inverse order here for a moment. Vivek Ramaswamy, I feel like, has really, really peaked. I would say, like, he was like that firecracker at 4th of July that goes up, 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 and then starts flickering and down and disappears. I think Vivek has kind of ran his course. I'm hoping that Tim Scott actually realizes there is a debate tonight and he will show up and actually participate because he was there in physical presence for the second debate, although he was just kind of down on the right-hand corner of your screen, and he never really mixed it up much in the second debate. Nikki Haley has been, I think, a rock star. She has been absolutely, I think she has exceeded many people's expectations. She's been very good. DeSantis, polling-wise, has been a disaster, but I don't think DeSantis debate-wise has been bad. I think DeSantis in the first two debates did just kind of what I thought he would do. And then, of course, there's the big gas bag himself, the former New Jersey governor, Chris Christie, which I said earlier this morning when we talked about the Kentucky, Ohio, and Virginia elections last night. Chris Christie citing the fact that another Trump-endorsed candidate that failed in Kentucky, the Republican Cameron, who lost to the Democrat, he cited Trump's recent failures in elections with backed candidates from 2018, 2020, 21, 22, 23. I believe tonight that Chris Christie will utter those words yet again. Now, as far as what does anybody accomplish tonight, to be honest, I don't think anything. I mean, we can sit there and we'll have sound bites and we'll talk about it tomorrow. But if you were already checked out on the debate scene and you've already made up your mind, I'm sure there's still going to be some people that watches it. But, I mean, they're not even doing a great job of advertising this. It's going to be hosted by Lester Holt of NBC, Kristen Welker, who has just taken over for Chuck Todd in that Sunday morning slot of NBC News, and conservative talk show host Hugh Hewitt of The Hugh Hewitt Show, which I believe he does that syndicated show down in Florida. This, from what I'm reading here, it's going to be from 8 to 10 Eastern tonight in Miami-Dade County. They're going to be doing it in partnership with the Republican Jewish Coalition. It's going to take place at the Adrienne Arsht Center for the Performing Arts. And from what I gather, it says it's going to be on NBC News. What the hell is NBC News? Is that just Channel 10 here?
Yeah.
Okay.
NBC 10.
Okay. Because they have, you have NBC, which is Channel 10. They don't call it NBC News. It's just NBC. And then there's MSNBC, CNBC. They say they're streaming it and everything. So
well, they have an app too called NBC News Now, which is just a 24-hour news.
Fox has that too.
Feed, yeah.
Okay.
So
for us locals, it'll be Channel 10 tonight.
Yeah.
Look, I don't know. Maybe you guys see something that I'm missing, but I don't know what this really accomplishes. I mean, I don't think anybody's poll numbers are going to shift substantially tonight.
I think that it coming off of a bad defeat for the Republicans, I think this is a chance for these candidates to kind of shape a message and tell the American people, well, whoever's watching it, and there's not going to be a ton, so maybe it's going to fall on deaf ears, but tell the American people why the current path that the GOP is headed down is wrong, and they have a solution to win in 2024 because, build off that momentum, because that's what everybody's talking about right now is this utter defeat by the GOP yesterday.
Yeah.
So what's your remedy for that in 2024?
Well, sounds great in theory.
Yeah.
But who of these five is all of a sudden going to do a turnabout here and make a big 180 pivot from what looks like a failed approach based on everything we just saw last night and call an audible and all of a sudden change up their messaging? DeSantis isn't going to change. Maybe Nikki Haley will. Maybe Nikki Haley could. She's been the one that's kind of carved out of a little bit different path. Christie, you know what Christie's playbook looks like. He's just going to rail on Trump. Vivek's going to try to be the smartest guy in the room. And Tim Scott will be in the corner picking his nose. I mean, I don't know. What do any Chris? I think the one person from a standpoint of being able to change, Nikki Haley's the only one I think that can. DeSantis has his playbook. He's not changing it. He's already been ruined by consultants.
No, I disagree with you. That I think that this is a chance for DeSantis to kind of shine and really come out.
Does he hammer home the
swinging.
fact that he got the Iowa endorsement, even though we know it doesn't really carry a ton of weight?
No, I think he hammers.
That means a lot, though.
I think he hammers home the fact that the GOP has lost everywhere except Florida in the last couple of years, and say the GOP has a losing formula. I have the winning formula.
I said it earlier today. I mean, honestly, if you think about
whether it's true or not, by the way.
Right, but see, this is the thing where you get into this kind of two things are true at the same time with DeSantis. Like he's a tremendous governor. There's no Republican governor. You talk about the Iowa governor endorsement, not Brian Kemp, not Mr. Abbott in Texas, not DeWine in Ohio. There's no better Republican governor on policy and execution in the United States of America than DeSantis. But for whatever reason, whether it's because he challenged Trump, he was not loyal, he didn't wait his time, or if Trump's just, unconquerable, so to speak, his success in Florida is not resonating on the national stage. And he can sit there and trot out but see, then if he tries to do what you're suggesting, then he kind of looks like he's copycatting Chris Christie a little bit. Because Chris Christie's kind of carved out the path of, we got to get away from Trump. Everything he touches in the last 5 years is a losing endeavor. See, I don't know where these people go from here.
In my opinion, what the first question NBC News is going to ask is about the election yesterday, and it's going to be abortion. And they better be prepared to have a good answer, because for the people who do tune in, ain't nobody staying through 2 hours of that nonsense.
I know.
So you need to come right out of the gate with it and have a great answer. And I think they all need to be prepared for a great answer. Ron DeSantis does not have a great answer in this.
And keep in mind who's doing the questioning. It's going to be Lester Holt and Kristen Welker. So you know what the questioning, how it's going to be framed.
And then Hugh Hewitt is there. So they chose him.
Yeah.
Is he still? Remember, he was a pro-Trumper, then he was a never-Trumper, and I think he's back to supporting Trump.
Oh, so he's
Hugh Hewitt.
He's back and forth.
I can't keep track of him.
Okay. I don't know. He's on that failing radio network, so I don't really keep track of him.
Oh.
But he once was a highly. I mean, I don't know how people view him anymore.
Is he the one that always seems to get the Trump interviews on radio?
He did
at
one time, but I don't know. I think he's back to supporting Trump.
Oh.
I think. But for a little bit there, he was a never-Trumper, so he was back and forth. I just think tonight, what I'm watching for is to see, because I think Tim Scott, he barely made the stage.
Yeah.
We just found that out, what, Monday?
Yeah, tonight's his swan song,
Right?
I think.
So he barely made it. And then Nikki Haley, she's not going to go through the embarrassment of possibly losing South Carolina.
Mhm.
So TikTok, the time, that all matters. And then for Ron DeSantis, you've talked a lot about the debate with Gavin Newsom.
Yeah,
So
which,
that's-
by the way, is what, 3 weeks away?
Oh, yeah, that's right, November 30th.
Yeah,
right?
we're 22 days out.
So if he does well today, and then does he do well against Newsom? We've talked a lot about that one.
Yep.
I think Chris Christie, like you've said, he's taken on the role of sort of the court jester.
He is. He's the court gas bag. And he really owns that. He claims
But he
that's
has that
his thing.
lane. He has that lane, guys. I mean, this is, think of it what you will, and I don't necessarily think, especially in a primary, it's not a winning strategy. But he has that lane, and he's sticking to it.
Yep.
The problem with DeSantis and all these other people is that they don't really know where their lane is.
Right.
Christie has picked that lane, and he's going full bore into it. And again, guys, we're just, everybody's like, who cares about this? It's like we're just analyzing what we think. If you ask me right now, Trump is going to be the nominee, yes.
Yeah.
But they're debating tonight, and we need to talk about it. So
That's correct.
so what is their strategy going to be? I think it is to show the GOP, show the listeners and viewers why their strategy is the winning one and the current GOP strategy is the losing one.
That is correct. Channel 10 tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern from Miami, Florida. 855-839-1210. We will get to the video and audio of the unhinged Democrat that went off on a GOP poll worker yesterday in Virginia. But right now, it's time for the Morning Mystery movie clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Really don't want to stop and buy drugs. Is that okay?
You know what? I didn't want to play this card. Certainly not this early. But guess what? Guess who's got the Subaru Impreza? Me. Guess who's got all the money? Me. Guess who's got a winning personality? Me. What do you have? You have a nice hairline. Fine. You have a strong jaw. Fine. But I got to tell you something, mister. Your personality needs some work. My God.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Your personality needs some work. Were they talking about Ron DeSantis? Caller 12-855-839-1210, the phone number to get this prize, a pair of tickets to see a very Philly Christmas at Kimmel Center Verizon Hall on December 2nd. That is a Saturday. 3 p.m. featuring Broadway singers and dancers, local choirs, and the No-Name Pops in brilliant new arrangements of your favorite holiday songs, plus lots of surprises and some essentially Philly fun. Caller 12-855-839-1210 if you can identify that movie clip and a clip of an unhinged Democrat going off yesterday on a Republican poll worker. As we continue, Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wherever the road takes you this holiday, make it memorable in the ultimate driving machine. Step into the BMW X5 with capable performance, cutting-edge technology, and unmistakable presence. Or chart a different course in the BMW X3. With style and powerful all-terrain versatility, there's no limit to your adventure. Find your ultimate BMW X3 or X5 at the Road Home sales event. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Hurry in for a credit of up to $3,000 on select models now through November 30th. Visit BMWCenters.com today.
We got the alert this morning. Now get the whole story. Count on NBC 10 News today.
It's more than just headlines. It's news to get you ready for your day.
If you need motivation, here we go. We've got your playbook.
The most accurate hour-by-hour weather forecasts.
Traffic info to get you there and back easier. It's all you need to get up, get ahead, and stay ahead.
Make your mornings count with NBC 10 News today. Count on it.
40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds. Just say it with me. 40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get you and your body into the fat burning zone so you can finally lose that weight. Then NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Best of all, all, it's contractually guaranteed. You are fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water, and you even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. They're with you every step of the way. Absolutely no shots, no hormones, no surgery. Locations close by in King of Prussia, Newark, Delaware, and Cherry Hill. 855-5NJ-DIET. Or from home with live online video consultations. NJDiet.com. 40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed. NJDiet.com.
How would you like to come home to a bartender who will fix you any cocktail you want?
I'll have an old-fashioned.
I'll have a margarita.
Now you can with the Bartesian Home Cocktail Maker. Bartesian is a sleek machine the size of a coffee maker that makes premium cocktails at the touch of a button. Choose from over 50 different cocktails, from classics to the most exotic premium cocktails served in the best bars today. You'll always get freshly mixed, perfectly balanced cocktails with the Bartesian Cocktail Maker. And now get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever at bartesian.com/radio. Entertaining? The Bartesian is ideal for parties. No need to stock all kinds of individual mixers for complicated recipes. Every guest gets the cocktail of their choice in seconds. The Bartesian makes a wonderful gift for anyone who loves a fine premium cocktail. Now get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever. It's available right now, only at bartesian.com/radio. That's BARTESIAN.com/radio for Bartesian's best deal ever. Only at bartesian.com/radio.
Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. On September 6th, the government announced it will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000, with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver, or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may qualify for compensation and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement, with your VA benefits fully protected. You may be entitled to a significant financial award for your Camp Lejeune claim, but you must act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune. Call now or you may forever lose your right to be awarded a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-217-1155. That's 800-217-1155. 800-217-1155.
Doors take us to summers away or winter adventures and afternoon getaways. Your dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors by working with you on a comprehensive plan to help you reach your wealth's full potential. Because doors were meant to be opened. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimum supply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE SIPC.
This Thanksgiving at Total Wine & More, find bourbons and Cabernets that you adore. Our helpful guides are so friendly and nice, so many bottles to try at the lowest price. So gather with friends as you sit down to eat. Grateful for all who made Thanksgiving complete.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Hi, this is Norman the Floorman from Norman Carpet. I wasn't hungry, so I ate a kid's meal at McDonald's. His mother was furious.
No kidding, folks. Whether you need carpet for your home or business, whether it's your boardroom, bedroom, or investment property, I've got just the thing at half price. Whether you visit my showroom on Lancaster Avenue in Bryn Mawr or my warehouse in Conshohocken, you'll save big. Call me at 1-800-220-RUGS. That's Norman Carpet, 1-800-220-RUGS, or visit us at normancarpet.net.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Question for you. How many healthcare providers do you know who schedule downtime in their offices for team training? Not many. But my good friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz does that because he wants to ensure that he and his staff are well-versed in all the latest technology, so when he invests in new state-of-the-art equipment for his patients, he can rest assured that he and his staff can maximize the performance of the new technology. One of their latest investments is the Trios 5 scanner. Talk about amazing amazing. The Trios 5 has an incredible design which reduces the potential for patients gagging or experiencing discomfort during the impression-taking process. Plus, the process is much faster, which saves Dr. Benson his patients precious time. The scans are done, the plan is made, and the on-site lab gets to work. Dr. Benson and his staff are a well-oiled machine when it comes to your comprehensive dental care. They're always working to make that experience as comfortable and as seamless as it can be. Visit them at bentsdentalgroup.com.
Gillette Intimate gives guys a gentle and easy shave. Don't treat yourself like junk. Respect it with Gillette Intimate, the best a man can get. Buy now at a retailer near you.
It's time to think about next spring. Join me as we discover the beautiful sights in southern Italy with my friends from Conservative Tours. That's right, the Amalfi Coast, Positano, Sorrento, Capri, the Abbey of Monte Cassino, Pompeii, and of course the great sights in ancient Rome as well, all while enjoying a gastronomical event for the 12 days of touring. Olive oil production, mozzarella farm, oh yes, the wineries, you knew that was coming. Tasting sessions, can't wait for this. The group dining events they are known for are legendary at Conservative Tours. 5267 includes your airfare nonstop while supplies last. I'm just imagining this. Just the smell of those lemon groves outside my hotel window in Sorrento. Just call toll-free and join me, 888-733-9494. If you want to check out the itinerary, go to conservativetours.com. You'll see my picture. Yes, my husband, Larry, my sons. We're making a family trip of a lifetime out of this, and that's truly what it is. And we'll discover together Italy's best-kept secret, Puglia, why the locals take their vacations in Puglia. So picturesque, unspoiled, and authentically Italian. Conservativetours.com. Tell me.
9:32, Kayal Company, continuing live on this Wednesday morning. Debate night in America. 8 o'clock, Channel 10. 5 people with no chance will get together and have a good time.
Oh, that's brutal.
It is. It's rough. But you know what? Somebody has to do it, and they got to keep pushing on. This is what they signed up for. It's what I signed up for, and I got to talk about it tomorrow. So we'll make sense of all of that and a whole lot more. A lot of stuff we didn't even get to today. Just a loaded show. A lot of reaction this morning from the elections last night, from New Jersey to the mayor race in Philadelphia, up to Bucks County, Kentucky, Virginia, Ohio. And once again, Republicans not faring well. So I'm sure we will have more fallout, more reaction tomorrow on that as well. But before we get to our last bit of news of the day, let's get to our morning mystery movie clip winner. We got John from the Northeast. John, you're on Talk Radio 1210. What movie did we just play for you a couple of minutes ago, sir?
Hey, guys. Good morning. I think it's Due Date.
That is correct, sir. Nice work out of you. You get the very Philly Christmas tickets at the Kimmel Center coming up on the first Saturday in December. So congratulations, and thank you for playing and listening, John.
All right, cool. Never been there. Thanks.
All right, well, it's on us. Have a good time.
Speaking of a very Philly Christmas, have you guys seen this new Sly documentary that's on Netflix right now?
No.
It's a couple parts. It's like 4 parts or something like that, and it's a very well done documentary about the history and the life of Sylvester Stallone. It's really super interesting. I'm like 20 minutes into the first episode.
Okay, so you said it's a 4-parter?
I don't know how many parts it is, but it does seem to be by one.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
All right. How old is Sly by the way?
He's
gotta
in
be
the
70s, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking by 72 or 73 at this point.
It literally just came out. And,
Netflix, correct?
Yep.
All right. I'll check that out. All right. Let's get to what happened yesterday on Election Day, November the 7th. We had to do a lot of editing because there's a lot of curse words in this. So what happened yesterday was a voter in Arlington, Virginia, curses out a GOP poll greeter who is named Matthew Hurt. That is the guy that was on the receiving end of this verbal backlash. And, it went viral on social media yesterday. But I got to imagine it would be covered a lot differently and probably more feverishly if it was the other way around.
Do you think so?
I think so. Let's play this. If you're watching, you'll see it on YouTube. If you're not there already, get there now. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons and watch this finger-waving Democrat lose his mind unsolicited to an innocent GOP poll worker.
People tried to overthrow the election. You might as well have been walking up to my head on the way to the polling station, putting a gun to my head, trying to tell me not to vote. You expect me to not take that personally? You try to overthrow elections with violence, and then you're out here among decent people.
Thanks for
coming out. What do you have to say that, huh? What's on your what are your policy prescriptions?
Have a nice day. You
Just rights?
Yeah.
Involving yourself in people's families and their bedrooms?
It's pretty wild.
You animal. You try to steal my vote next year? I'm going to remember you personally.
Thank you.
A Democrat talking to the stolen vote.
Is that all right?
Yeah, you
Permission?
can. Yeah. It's a one-party.
Yeah, one-party state. You want a one-party country is what you want.
Hey, sir, how are you? Headed in to vote?
Yeah.
Could I get a Republican sample ballot? Sure, thank you.
You know, try not to be buddy-buddy with these people because they put on the face of a good neighbor, but they support lynch mobs or the KKK, or they're Bible-beating bigots and freaks. Yeah, they're not good neighbors.
So there he goes. I don't know what's the most mesmerizing part about this. The fact that this guy is just basically intimidating and harassing a guy just trying to do his job. Or if you were watching on YouTube, the fact that that Democrat was wearing cargo shorts in 2023. Or the fact that as you saw him walk off towards the end as he was going to his Toyota Prius. So it's very, very interesting and fitting. You know, we always, and the reason I wanted to play this for you is, you know, we talk about, which community and which party is under attack the most. Why is it that I never, and I don't just reside in one sewer. I look at all the sewers of social media, right? I'm on there way too much and I see way too many things that I probably shouldn't see. Why do I never have any concrete evidence of the GOP or a Republican or a white guy that is harassing somebody that's a Democrat pollster or a member of the LGBTQ community? Why is it that it never seems to make its way on the internet, yet this stuff does? So I raised the $1 million question for the millionth time on the history of Kayal & Company. Who's under attack, really? The one that we see with the concrete evidence or the one that comes from the media narratives of the mainstream? I'm just trying to build my case here. I'm stacking wins here for you, Dawn, one by one, and we'll issue a big, we'll publish all of it with all the receipts because it just doesn't seem to fit the narrative, which has been the common theme all week long, to be honest. The narrative just doesn't fit. Boy, by the way, too, that guy, he can't be wearing a tight T-shirt like that when you're that sloppy. Did you see that guy? A little soft.
But think about the hateful, just the vitriol.
I know that guy. That guy's just handing out pamphlets, and he's just you're a bigot, and you believe in lynch mobs, and you want to overthrow elections with violence. And I'm like, okay.
But it's why first of all, he shouldn't be alone. At my polling place, there were no Republicans. There were working family party people. There were a lot of Democrats. There were no Republican. They had like a David O poster taped, like with some low energy tape. Pole. Yeah, I mean that was it. There were no, and so that's part of it. Republicans have got to go door to door, have got to come out in full force. And I personally would say that individual, that Republican who's just trying to do the right thing and be a volunteer, needed to be with others, and in particular, I would say mix it up with all different ages and some women, because if I were a Republican at a poll, if I were that person as a woman, I'd play the woman card.
Oh yeah,
and I would call 911, and I would loudly say, "There's a man out here. I feel threatened, and he's scaring me." And I would totally do that.
Yeah.
because then if I do that loudly, he would, please don't touch me, please don't hurt me, mister. I mean, that would play well to the narrative, and I probably would go there just to get him to back off.
Yep.
Because he seems like any minute he's going to hit the guy.
Oh, I know. At him where like he was going to walk away. And then you saw and you heard the pollster trying to have a conversation with another passerby. Like he's ready to hand off some pamphlets to this guy. And then the aggressive Democrat intervenes yet again. Don't take that crap from him. They're blah, 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 blah. I'm like, wow. I mean, more power to that guy because he tried to continue doing his job. And that was filmed the whole time. And he didn't snap. He didn't go off. He didn't, throw gas on the fire, so to speak. He just took it there and took it in stride. So better off than I would have been. That's for sure. All right, 9:40 straight up. Let's get to round number 2 of What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 sponsored by Delaware Valley BMW Centers now through November 30th during the BMW Road Home Sales Event. Receive a credit of up to $3,000 on select models like the BMW X3 and X5. For details, visit your local Delaware Valley BMW Centers or go to bmwcenters.com today, bmwcenters.com. So, guys, in the 6 o'clock hour, I said that if I'm the Democrats, I am pinning the Dobbs decision, the overturning of Roe v. Wade on Donald Trump, right? That is my political strategy if I'm a Democrat.
That's what you said, correct.
Just released from the Joe Biden campaign.
Oh, boy.
I give you this.
I got rid of Roe v. Wade. I'm the one that got rid of Roe v. Wade. I was able to do it, and I was very honored to do it.
Do you believe in punishment for abortion? Yes or no, as a principle?
The answer is that there has to be some form of punishment.
For the woman?
Yeah, there has to be some form. There, of course, remains a vital role for the federal government in protecting unborn life. Nobody has ever done more for right to life than Donald Trump. Roe v. Wade, they won. They finally won. The Iowa bill was signed, and they wouldn't have been able to do anything if I wasn't able to do what I did.
There you go.
So you're saying is that the Biden administration just cranked out the new?
That's from Joe Biden. Yes, the Joe Biden Twitter account just tweeted that out about an hour ago.
They are going to hammer that home, aren't they?
Yep. And so they've just done a big favor actually to the 5 that you talked about tonight.
Yep.
Right, because now this is a gift and it's a moment in time, and whichever one out of this 5 can own this, and it's probably Nikki Haley, to say, whoever says, I vow as president, I would not sign any kind of national or federal abortion ban. That should be the talking point, because all the Republicans are smart enough to know that the Supreme Court has already ruled on that. It'd be thrown out anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So just go ahead and say it. So all the idiots who don't understand how this works will just go, they promised that there would be no. So that could be a campaign promise. That would probably be a good place to start.
Okay, I agree.
Chris Christie was on with CNN. I don't know if it was last night or this morning, discussing the voter or the election yesterday, talking about Kentucky. And he's pinning it right now on Donald J. Trump. I know shocked faces everywhere. Chris Christie cut 15.
Also tonight, in a very red state, the state of Kentucky, the Democratic incumbent, he beat a rising star in your party, Daniel Cameron. Cameron was also notably endorsed by Trump. He was embraced by him and embraced Trump himself. Was that a mistake on his part?
Daniel Cameron was a rising star in the Republican Party until he decided to throw his lot in with Donald Trump. I mean, let's face it, Donald Trump is political and electoral poison down ballot. Down ballot, his endorsement has led to Republican defeats in the House, in the Senate rather, and the House in 18. In 20, we lost the United States Senate and the White House. In 22, we underperformed miserably, and tonight, you're seeing us lose again. Daniel Cameron made a huge mistake by embracing Donald Trump and selling his soul to him. That's what he did, and the voters of Kentucky, very red state as you noted, gave their verdict on politicians who sell their soul to Donald Trump.
It's looking to be, Governor Christie, a potentially good night for Democrats in Kentucky and Ohio on that ballot measure, even in the state, the Commonwealth of Virginia. Is there a risk here that Republicans are too overconfident that Biden can be beat when it seems like voters seem open, at least, to the Democratic Party and even some of the policies that have been on the table in this off-year election?
Any Republican who's overconfident about beating Joe Biden next year is a foolish Republican. The president's incumbency will be a very strong tool on his behalf. And so if he is the candidate for the Democratic Party, which it appears he will be, he will always be a difficult opponent. He defeated an incumbent president himself just 3 years ago. So I don't think anybody should be overconfident. But what we should be concerned about is if we're going to absolutely put a loser up against him. Donald Trump lost to him in 2020. Donald Trump has led us to losers up and down the ticket for the House, for the Senate, and in governorships. This has been a disastrous run for the Republican Party, with Trump picking these candidates and embracing them, and independent voters all across this country rejecting him. That's why, Abby, I've been out there making the case against Donald Trump in a way that none of these other candidates have. The other 4 candidates are going to be on the stage with me tomorrow night, all raised their hand and said they would support Donald Trump even if he was a convicted felon. I mean, this is the path to defeat. We have to defeat Donald Trump in the primary to have any chance of beating Joe Biden in the general election. That's why I want to continue to make this argument on the debate stage. Folks should go to chrischristie.com and donate to keep me up on that stage, because I'm the only one who's willing to take it directly.
Thank you, Sloppy. Thank you. We got you. Well, we heard 4 different things there, but the first part and the third part were exactly the same thing, talking about Trump's recent track record of losses. They never talk about the wins, but here's the thing. This, and I did not see this clip in advance, or nor did I see this live at 10:34 Eastern last night because, well, I don't watch the Abby Phillips show on CNN. Not many people do. But I just based my assertion earlier in the show this morning off of that one tweet that I saw from Chris Christie last night. And he said it last night, so you know he's got the talking points memorized. He is going to hammer that home again tonight in Miami. He's going to talk about Trump's recent track record. And I think if you look collectively in his time, his win percentage for Trump-endorsed candidates is still very, very good. But he's going to point out the Daniel Cameron loss in Kentucky, as well as the recent ones in the last couple of midterms. And he's going to use that as his position of, if you elect this man, you are re-electing Joe Biden. That's what he's going to do.
All right, we should break here.
We should. And then pull a fire alarm, too, while we're at it. All right. Coming up next, we will get to what's on tap for the Dawn Show and who won Twitter today.
And a new feature, who won YouTube. I'm going to do who on YouTube as well.
You going to get some imaging made for that, too?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I think I am.
All
who won Twitter, which
that.
we'll continue to do, and then who won YouTube.
Okay.
So if you're watching right now on YouTube, did your comment win? You will find out coming up in about 4 minutes.
Okay. And who's winning over the minds and the hearts and the souls of auto people throughout the Philadelphia, Delaware Valley area? It's the Piazza Auto Group. And there's so many reasons why I love working with these individuals. But one of the perks is the ability to sample their new products. And I was able to do that just about 2 weeks ago today. And one of the vehicles that I checked out was over at the Piazza Auto Group location with Piazza Hyundai of Westchester. It's right there on Route 202. And I checked out the 2024 Hyundai Ioniq 5, a powerful, fully electric vehicle. And when I say powerful, it really is. It's electric, but it's 320 horsepower, and it's got a 300-mile range. You can charge this bad boy from 10% battery all the way up to about 80, 90% in just about 15 minutes. And the one thing that you're absolutely going to love, it's Hyundai's America Best Warranty. It's been around for a long time, 10 years and or 100,000 miles. That's why I love doing business with the Piazza Auto Group. 35 locations, 17 different brands, and something for everybody, including the Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown, where now they are offering a complimentary home charger and a $600 installation credit with your purchase. That's right, $600 credit for the home charger. This thing retail goes for about $1,000 to $1,100. You're going to get a $600 credit right there. Visit the nearest dealer near you or just go to piazzaautogroup.com.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210. If you or someone you know has been diagnosed with cancer or undergoing treatments that cause severe fatigue or brain fog, medical hydration may be right for you. Dr. Molly Fantasia of Innovative Medical Associates has more than 30 years experience in helping cancer patients to improve their quality of life.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Nutrients delivered right to the cells support your immune system through surgery, chemotherapy, or wherever you may be on your cancer journey. Visit innovativemedicalassociates.com to schedule a free consultation with Dr. Molly in their Marlton, New Jersey office. And join us on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch to learn more about the benefits of medical hydration for cancer, autoimmune diseases, and more.
The life of an Eagles fan is a wild ride. Some years we triumph. Some years we don't. What never changes year after year is how we get to the game, shoulder to shoulder with our fellow fans on SEPTA. And this season, fans ride home free from NRG Station on the Broad Street line thanks to Unibet, an official casino and sportsbook partner of the Philadelphia Eagles. Plan your trip to the game and learn more about free rides home, sponsored by Unibet at iseptaphilly.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
There's nothing like football season. And this year, fans in Philly can listen to Penn State football free. Catch every Nittany Lions game live with Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Free on the Odyssey app. Every touchdown, every tackle, every win. All right here. To get started, download the Odyssey app today. That's AUDACY. And search for WPHT. Available for Philadelphia listeners only.
The day we all feared. The stock market went down and then kept going.
2008, when the markets lost over 50% of their value. But that was over a decade ago. Today, it's not so painful. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group calls that financial amnesia. When you forget the pain of losing half your savings, and more importantly, ignore the fact that it can happen again. A complimentary consultation from Retire Ready Financial Group can show you where you stand now before the next market pullback. You're much closer to retirement than you were in 2008. Don't let it happen again. Call Jim Cipriotti at 610-894-7415 for a complimentary consultation. That's 610-894-7415 or online at retirereadyfg.com. You can forget where you put your keys, your glasses, or even your car. Don't forget to protect your retirement.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things, for our planet. Planning a road trip to visit family and friends this holiday season? Now is the perfect time to make sure your car is getting optimal gas mileage. First, check your tires and make sure they are inflated to proper pressure. Remove heavy items like golf clubs from your car and plan on packing light. And minimize stops on longer trips to help maximize your fuel economy. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify and receive your free tax assessment by dialing 800-210-1005. If you or your business owe back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005. That's 800-210-1005.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I have a full mustache and beard.
Kayal Company, 9:54, winding things down on this Wednesday. It's pretty beautiful outside. A little chilly, but nice out. The Dawn Show is coming up in just about 6 minutes, and we find out what Ms. Stenzlen has lined up at the top of the hour.
Oh, we have so much developing and so much breaking. Of course, if Ivanka speaks before walking into the Manhattan courtroom, we will take her live and see what she and or her attorneys have to say. Speaking of that, we do have word from Trump's team as far as what Alina Habas is, what she's thinking about doing in that strategy. So we'll update you on that. Of course, all of the local elections, because these results are not official. So as we get those in, I have more school district news from around the area. Somebody who is a unique insider and has extremely unique insights into what's happening as far as the PAGOP, somebody who ran for office here, somebody who knows Donald J. Trump very well, and somebody who now, as a local suburban mom, is one of the right-hand persons, a right-hand woman, to one of the individuals who tonight will take the stage and try to once again make his pitch to become the next president of the United States of America. Kathy Barnett is going to join me right at 10:04, 10:05, and give us some insights into all of this. But a pretty exciting, you think about what she's going through, how exciting for her in her life. And she's got kids at home, a husband. She ran here locally. But as well, I mean, to Vivek, she's the right-hand person and a real insider. She has some amazing insights, so she's going to share some of that with us when Kathy Barnett joins us. We have great interviews, and it's just a jam-packed show, a jam-packed day here on WPHT. Don't lose hope. We don't want that, right? Just keep hope alive, okay?
Go home and pour a bourbon. It'll be okay. That's what I'm going to do.
I know, Nick. I had to say that not only for all of us and all of you, but I'm looking over at Nick.
Yeah.
And just don't lose hope.
I'm not losing
Keep hope alive.
I'm just curious to see how Vivek will do his hair tonight. That's what I'm looking for. Maybe you can ask Kathy that.
You just have big hair envy.
I do. I have BHE. like Christy has big Trump envy. I've got big hair envy. It's funny because it's big hair. All right, Greg Stocker, who on Twitter and YouTube today?
Twitter. I'm going to start with who on Twitter today. That is sponsored by the Delaware Valley BMW Centers. Irk, our buddy Irk, wins Twitter. He says, "I love these folks that claim to stop listening because Nick bashes Trump or whoever too much. It's almost like you bash the Cowboys too much." Wah, wah, wah. It's a good point. Yes. It's a good point. Also, let's do who won YouTube. Hang on. Let me just do this.
Who won
YouTube? Let me see here. Who can we get here? I'm going to go with Chris Forsyth. Okay. By the way, Tom Walsh is making some good plays here by sucking up to me so he could win YouTube. That's a very good way to do it. But I'm giving it to Chris Forsyth because I played that clip of that the Biden campaign tweeted out of Trump and Roe v. Wade, and he says, "I thought we didn't get our news from Twitter."
Oh.
I mean, he's not wrong there.
No, he's not.
He's not wrong there. Who on Twitter and YouTube, sponsored by Delaware Valley BMW Centers, now through November 30th during the BMW Road Home Sale event. Lease an all-electric 2020 or 2024 BMW iDrive 50 for $799 per month for 36 months with $6,429 due at signing. Details at bmwcenters.com.
All right, so that'll do it. And what did we learn today? I love Trump too much. I hate Trump too much. I love DeSantis too much. I bash Ron DeSantis all the time.
I've heard that.
Two guys, four opinions. Everybody hears what they want to hear. But everybody have a great rest of your day, and you will hear Dawn Stenzlen coming up next. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m.
Good night, everybody. You're invited to witness a groundbreaking documentary, America's Retirement Dilemma, a documentary of Wall Street's rigged system, featuring powerful exclusive interviews such as the president and CEO of the leading analytics firm over